So, vielleicht kann man jetzt ja noch mal Stuttgart hören. Ich sehe euch alle, aber vielleicht höre ich euch noch mal alle. Hallo Stuttgart! Wie gefällt's euch bis jetzt? Wie bitte? Und ist es doch wirklich nicht so kalt, oder? Ist euch kalt? Nö, geht, oder? Ich kann übrigens empfehlen, wenn euch kalt wird, immer wenn die Musikacts kommen, gerne aufstehen und ein bisschen mittanzen. Das machen wir Backstage auch immer so. Super. Ja, sensationelle Autos hier natürlich. Und wir fahren jetzt hier einmal im Kreis. Ja, also ich finde die Autos sensationell. Also wenn ich mir eins aussuchen dürfte, dann fände ich es ganz, ganz schwierig, muss ich ehrlich gestehen, weil es wirklich Traumautos sind. Aber eine Frage habe ich noch, Herr Hommel. Ist die Farbe weiß immer noch so angesagt?
Ja, also die ist ja erst seit 2-3 Jahren wieder absolut in. Und ich glaube, dass wir zwischenzeitlich etwa 35-40% der Fahrzeuge in weiß verkaufen.
Ist tatsächlich so, ja? Das heißt, heute muss man auch nicht mehr mutig sein, um sich ein weißes Auto auszusuchen.
Ja, es sieht doch sensationell in weiß aus, so ein Fahrzeug. Und wir hatten in den letzten Jahren immer sehr, sehr viele Silberfahrzeuge im Anteil. Aber jetzt hat sich das in den letzten 2-3 Jahren, wie gesagt, sehr stark geändert in Richtung weiß. Und ich finde auch, die Fahrzeuge kommen in weiß von den Proportionen her sensationell raus.
Ich finde es auch super, aber ich muss gestehen, ich fahre immer dunkle Fahrzeuge. Also wenn ich ein Auto habe, dann sind die meistens schwarz oder dunkelgrau. Weiß habe ich bis jetzt noch nicht gefahren, weil ich immer gedacht habe, ein weißes Fahrzeug sieht am besten aus, da wo die Sonne scheint. Also wenn ich in Florida wohne oder irgendwie auf Hawaii oder so.
Ja gut, die Geschmäcker sind ja auch zum Glück verschieden. Und wir sind ja auch dankbar und froh, wenn wir andere Farben verkaufen. Aber weiß ist wirklich momentan sehr, sehr angesagt.
Alles klar. So, und dann werde ich jetzt gleich an der Bühne rausgelassen. Solange genieße ich noch die Fahrt. Die Bühne ist ja da, oder? Wo ist denn die Bühne? Ah, wir sind dran vorbeigefahren. Dann steige ich hier mal aus. Dankeschön, Herr Hommel. Viel Spaß noch. So, jetzt muss ich mal gucken, weil ich gleich den nächsten Gesprächspartner habe. So, und jetzt bin ich hier mit Tobias Mörs, dem AMG-Chef. Hallo, Herr Mörs. Ja, ist ja erstmal ein Traum hier, wenn man hier so steht und so schaut, was hier alles passiert. Sensationell, oder?
Ziemlich cool, ja.
Auf jeden Fall. Gibt es denn etwas, was all diese Fahrzeuge gemeinsam haben? Vielleicht fangen wir damit erstmal an.
Diese Fahrzeuge wir müssten eigentlich warten.
Wir müssen eigentlich warten, genau. Deshalb, wir warten eigentlich darauf, dass nämlich natürlich die AMG-Fahrzeuge hereinkommen. Jetzt ist die Frage, ich frage einfach mal an die Regie, das ist ja alles hier live und in 6 Stunden Live-Sendung, wollte ich gerade sagen, aber kann das ja mal passieren. Deshalb frage ich einfach mal nach, wann denn die Autos reingelassen werden. Ja, ich nehme an, die werden gleich reingelassen. Die kommen sofort. Und in der Zwischenzeit können wir vielleicht so ein bisschen über die Atmosphäre hier reden, weil sowas gab es ja noch nie, Herr Mörs. Stars und Cars, jedes Jahr wird es größer, besser, sensationell. Wie empfinden Sie das alles hier, so was Sie so bis jetzt miterlebt haben?
Na gut, es ist zum ersten Mal, dass wir so ein Format hier machen, dass wir eine Rennstrecke im Stadion machen. Wir hatten schon Testläufe hier, wir hatten schon Training gestern Abend und heute Morgen. Und da kann man sich auf was ziemlich Cooles und sehr Emotionales gefasst machen.
Das glaube ich auch. Und ich muss aber auch sagen, an dieser Stelle vielleicht mal großes Lob auch an die Zuschauer. Die Stimmung, was ich so mitbekommen habe, finde ich wirklich toll. Sie alle gehen mit und ich möchte Ihnen nur empfehlen, das auch weiterhin so zu machen, dass wir hier alle, glaube ich, in diesem Stadion noch richtig, richtig Spaß haben, weil wir haben ja noch ein paar Stunden vor uns und ich glaube, das wird noch sensationell. So, und jetzt sehen wir schon, dass diese Fahrzeuge langsam rausfahren und gleich, wenn die alle durch sind, dann kommen die AMG-Fahrzeuge, über die Sie, Herr Mörs, dann einiges erzählen werden und können, die auf jeden Fall sensationell aussehen und dann werden wir da natürlich auch detailliert drüber sprechen, ja. Und worüber kann man noch reden, bis die Autos kommen? Eins steht natürlich auch fest, es ist ja immer toll, bei Stars und Cars kommen ja wirklich alle zusammen. Das heißt, man sieht hier nicht nur die aktuellen Formel 1 und DTM-Fahrer, man sieht auch viele Newcomer, man sieht natürlich auch Legenden. Das ist ja auch was einem sonst nicht geboten wird. Das ist sensationell.
Es ist sehr selten, dass man alle zusammen hat. Es ist so ein bisschen ein Familienfest vom Motorsport. Oder es ist ein Familienfest des Motorsports. Und wir haben natürlich auch den Mick Schumacher hier als Nachwuchsfahrer. Wir haben den David Coulthard hier, den Mika Häkkinen, den Bernd Schneider als, glaube ich, sehr bekannte Rennfahrer, die natürlich nicht mehr so ganz aktiv sind und die sich jetzt heute mit den jungen Wilden messen können in unseren Competitions. Und das ist das einzigartige Format für heute. Und es ist ja ein Shootout. Das heißt, die fahren gegeneinander und der verliert, der ist draußen.
Das wird auf jeden Fall spannend, wenn dann wirklich alte Hasen, wie ich sie liebevoll nennen möchte, gegen Rookies wirklich antreten, wie Sie auch schon sagten. Das wird, glaube ich, dann tatsächlich auch spannend. Und wenn mich nicht alles täuscht, fährt jetzt das letzte Fahrzeug raus und damit denke ich, die letzten 2, und ich denke, damit ist es dann, glaube ich, jetzt soweit, dass wir jetzt alle mal auf den hierhin blicken können, ob die Fahrzeuge jetzt kommen. Kommen die da raus? Live ist live. Gut, gucken wir alle nach hier. Da müssen gleich die Fahrzeuge rauskommen, sind gespannt und dann sprechen wir ein bisschen über die Fahrzeuge. Ich bin auch gespannt auf den Sound, weil man muss ja sagen, bei AMG, der Sound, also der haut einen ja fast jedes Mal aus den Latschen. Und da sehen wir, sie kommen. Herr Mörs.
Ja gut, der Sound ist natürlich hier im Stadion schon nochmal ganz besonders. Ja. Und das sind die Competition-Fahrzeuge, die da jetzt kommen, mit verschiedenen Sponsoren beklebt. Was haben die Autos gemeinsam? Wir haben natürlich dem Stadion entsprechend nochmal ein bisschen was am Sound gemacht. Ja. Also die Abgasanlagen in den Autos, die sind jetzt nicht unbedingt straßenlegal, aber hier ist relativ ziemlich cool, wie das hier rüberkommt. Da haben wir die A-Klasse. Alle Autos haben ein Handsystem, also es ist absolute Sicherheitsstufe für die Fahrer. Wir haben überall Käfig drin, wir haben überall Bügel drin in allen Autos, eine Feuerlöschanlage, dass wir hier im Fall der Fälle, wir haben alle Autos heil aus dem Training zurückgekriegt. Wir hoffen mal sehr, dass es so bleibt, das sind ja alles Profis, aber dann schon emotional unterwegs. Schauen wir mal. Wir haben ganz vorne die A-Klasse, das ist der A45, ich glaube, das ist der Benchmark im Segment, ja, mit 380 PS. Super zu fahren hier, unglaublich mit seinem Allradsystem, macht richtig Spaß, jeder Fahrer ist begeistert von dem Auto. Dahinter kommt der C63 als S-Modell, 510 PS, 700 Newtonmeter, Torque, Drehmoment, Hecktriebler. Es ist ein enger Kurs hier, da muss man ein bisschen aufpassen, dass das Heck nicht zu weit rauskommt. Und dann haben wir natürlich den GT, unseren Sportwagen, den AMG-Sportwagen hier als GTS. Auch natürlich mit elektronisch kontrolliertem Differentialsperre. Macht super Spaß, ist hier definitiv das schnellste Auto auf dem Kurs.
Okay, also das wird auf jeden Fall richtig Spaß machen und jetzt fahren sie ja wirklich alle ganz langsam, ganz zivilisiert, aber mit denen kann man gleich richtig Spaß haben.
Ja, natürlich. Ich meine, die A-Klasse 380 PS, da müssen die Jungs aufpassen, dass die Drehzahl nicht zu weit in den Keller fährt. Du fährst hier ersten, zweiten, man hört ab und zu mal einen dritten Gang. In der A-Klasse, dann bist du aber durch. Also schneller wird man hier nicht. Topspeed ist um die 80 km/h, um den Dreh rum. Und es sind technische Kurven, wie immer bei so einem kleinen Kurs. Und du musst bei der A-Klasse früh aufs Gas, ja, dass er dich sauber mit dem Allrad wieder rauszieht. Und der C63, das ist schon die Umstellung vom Achtelfinale nur mit der A-Klasse aufs Viertelfinale mit dem C63 ist schon tricky für die Jungs. Ja. Weil der muss natürlich dosiert gefahren werden. Wenn man da zu früh auf dem Gas ist, da kommst du quer und quer ist nicht schnell.
Aber apropos tricky auch, das ist ja wahrscheinlich für jeden Fahrer dann wirklich eine Herausforderung, weil das A nicht die Autos sind, in denen sie sonst Rennen fahren. Es ist eine komplett andere Rennstrecke. Das ist auch super tricky, vermutlich für jeden Einzelnen, oder?
Ja, das sind mehrere Aspekte dabei. Die Autos haben zum Beispiel, sie sind ein Stück weit schwerer, es sind Straßenfahrzeuge. Das unterscheidet die von einem klassischen Rennauto, das sicher nicht nochmal leichter ist, sind aber sehr leistungsstark. Und dann ist natürlich schon ein sehr enger Kurs. Ja. Wir haben die Fahrwerksabstimmung der Autos ein bisschen dahin getrimmt, dass die da ein bisschen agiler sind, für alle Autos, bis auf den GT, muss man sagen. Damit sie da ein bisschen besser aus dem Bogen rauskommen, vor allen Dingen um den Stern. Da muss man schon aufpassen, dass man da nicht in einem Drift rumfährt, weil dann hat man keine Chance mehr.
Sie haben vorhin so schön gesagt, aus dem Training haben Sie alle heil rausbekommen. Was sind denn so was ist die Prognose für, wie es hier nach aussieht? Glauben Sie, Sie kriegen wieder alle heil nach Hause?
Naja, das Fahrerbriefing war schon sehr präzise. Ja. Es sind alles Autos aus der AMG Driving Academy und wir würden uns freuen, wenn wir die weitgehend Teil wieder zurückkriegen. Das Einzige, was natürlich mal passieren kann, ist, dass sich einer ein bisschen an der Betonbande anlehnt. Das hoffen wir aber eigentlich auch nicht.
Die wissen ja alle, wie man fährt.
Absolut, Profis.
Na dann, aber auf jeden Fall denke ich mal, wir werden hier Action pur erleben. Was glauben Sie, was erhoffen Sie sich gleich?
Es wird hoch emotional. Ja, und das Achtelfinale mit dem A45, da haben wir super interessante Fahrerpaarungen zusammen. Mick Schumacher gegen Nico Rosberg. Das wird super spannend und dann schauen wir mal, wie es weitergeht.
Auf jeden Fall Daumen sind gedrückt, das wird ein spannendes Rennen, ein spannender Showdown, das wird sensationell, Herr Mörs. Vielen herzlichen Dank. Und wie ich gehört habe, geht es jetzt gleich weiter mit Musik. Und zwar nicht mit irgendeinem, sondern mit Marlon Roulette. Und deshalb viel, viel Spaß.
It was an unbelievable year. At Mercedes, we're very passionate about motorsports. You start the season, you want to be in a position to win, but that we would win every series that we compete in, it's something that we had never dreamed of. So I think this was a very special year for us.
Absolutely, and Toto, now you achieved milestones in the Formula One and obviously also in October in Hockenheimring with the DTM. So when you look at this season, what can you say?
Yeah, obviously looking back is great. We have achieved all our targets, but the next most important thing is going to be to manage the expectations of the bosses, because it was truly an exceptional year, and we did really well in DTM, where we rebounded after a bad season in 2014, and in Formula One to do it again with Lewis winning the driver championship and the team winning the constructor championship is great. And on top of that, the icing on the cake, all the young boys winning GP3, winning Formula 3, winning the ADAC GTs, just rounds it all up. A perfect year for Mercedes.
Honestly, I'm really feeling like I have to pinch myself because, you know, I started out as a kid dreaming of having a Mercedes-Benz car. I was watching Formula One, like all of us, you know, dreaming of being a champion in Formula One. And so to think that I have a car alongside Mika's, for example, I mean, that's crazy, you know, because I grew up watching Mika. So very, very privileged.
In 2015, youngest DTM champion ever, it sounds great. And now to be part here in the museum is great, and it's something we can really be proud of, my whole team.
Thanks to all of you. Thanks, Toto, for that. It's amazing. It's an honor. I feel honored. And yeah, I hope to make the star shine still a long time.
It was a great moment when I crossed the line. It was the second time for me in the GT Masters. Every time with the same car, with the SLS GT3. And the second win was amazing for me. And we had a good season this year. I had a good teammate, a good team. Zackspeed team is famous and traditional. And I think our name was traditional. And I think we had a good job this year.
Well, I haven't raced against these guys, so I don't know. But I'm sure whatever Mercedes get, they get the fastest drivers. So I can imagine how good they are.
This year at Stars and Cars, we do not just have the drivers as stars, we also have top stars from all over the world on our different stages. And the first one who is going to entertain you is famous Marlon Rudet.
Ja, 6 Stunden Live-Programm, dann kommt auch so ein Film. Da sehen Sie mal, was wir heute Morgen alle schon gemacht haben. Wir haben mit allen Champions, mit all unseren Stars schon gesprochen. Und Sie haben auch schon Heiko Wasser gerade im Aufsager gesehen, der ja gleich hier die große Show macht. Ja, und ich hatte es ja kurz angekündigt. Und jetzt, meine Damen und Herren, ist es soweit. Wie ist die Stimmung da draußen? Seid ihr bereit für richtig gute Musik? Das geht noch besser, aber das kommt gleich automatisch. Jetzt ist er hier. Ganz, ganz viel Spaß mit Marlon Rudet.
Hallo! Wie geht's euch? Ich heiße Marlon Rudet. Thank you so much for having me. This one is called New Age. If love was a word I don't understand, the simplest sound with 4 letters. Whatever it was, I'm over it now. With every day, it gets better. It gets better. But while you loving the pain, loving the pain, and with every day I try to move on, whatever it was, there's nothing now, 'cause you changed, new age. Thank you, Dan. I'm walking away from everything I, 'cause I need a room with new colors. And there was a time when I didn't mind just living the life of others. So are you loving the pain, loving the pain? And with every day I try to move on, whatever it was, well, there's nothing now, 'cause you changed, new ways. So much fire that it burned my wings. Her heat was so seeing, and now I'm dreaming of the simple thing. Old ways, erased. If love was a word I don't understand, the simplest sound with 4 letters. You ready? So are you loving the pain, loving the pain? And with every day I try to move on from whatever it was, well, there's nothing now, 'cause you changed a new way. You're loving the pain, you're loving the pain. And with every day I try just to move on from whatever it was, well, there's nothing now. Stuttgart, you changed, new way. Dankeschön. Thank you. Dankeschön, danke für alles. Ich bin froh hier zu sein with you. Such a special day. Thank you, Mercedes-Benz, for having us. Stars and Cars. This one is called Anti-Hero. Let me see the hands. I am the first to recognize the virtue in everything you are, everything you try to be. Well, you could risk it all and fall in love with an outlaw. And can you play your part in this tragedy? So face it, you need to know faith is running low. Ain't no good to you. I'm your anti-hero. The chances that I've blown, the love I could have known, I can't do this to you. Well, as we go to this brand new world, ain't no good to you. I'm your anti-hero. Well, as we go to this brand new world, can't do this to you. 'Cause you were the first to recognize and refer to everything I am, not just who I'm trying to be. You see, the times are critical. I can lead you on no more. And if I play a role, then we're bound to fall. So face it, you need to know faith is running low. Ain't no good to you. I'm your anti-hero. The chances that I've blown, the love I could have known, I can't do this to you. Hey. Well, as we go to this brand new world, no, ain't no good to you. I'm your anti-hero. Well, as we go to this brand new world, 'Cause I won't blame you if you decide to run. After all I've done, and there's no shame if you've had enough. Will you decide if I'm the one? Will you decide if I'm the one? Yeah, this brand new world. Oh no, 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 no. Whoa. Well, as we go to this brand new world, no ain't no good to you. I'm your anti-hero. Well, as we go to this brand new world, can't do this to you. You decide if I'm the one. Dankeschön. Right now, make some noise for my DJ, Dan Bean on the decks. I noticed Stuttgart is a big city. So if you live in the big city life, I want to see those hands in the air. Big city life, me try to get by. Pressure not ease up no matter what me try. Big city life, in my heart have no base. Right now, Babylon, you dip on me case. Big city life, try to get by. Pressure not ease up no matter what me try. Big city life, my heart have no base. Right now, Babylon, dip on me case. People in a show, one line in a row. We just push on by. It's funny, just how hard we try. So take a moment to relax before you do anything rash. Let me see the hands. Well, don't you wanna know me? Be a friend of mine. Everybody, well, I'll share some wisdom with you. Don't you ever get lonely from time to time, no. Don't let the system get you. It's a big city life, me try to get by. Pressure not ease up no matter what me try. Big city life, in my heart have no base. And right now, you see you there on me. Big city life, try to get by. Pressure not ease up no matter what me try. Big city life, my heart have no base. And right now, Babylon, they on me case. Soon now, work is done. All of us, one by one. Still we live our lives, as if all this stuff survives. So don't you wanna know me and be a friend of mine? 'Cause I'll share some wisdom with you. Don't you ever get lonely from time to time, no. Don't let the system get you. The linguists cross the seas and the oceans are permanent. Itinerant is what I've chosen. I find myself in a big city prison, arisen from the vision of mankind, designed to keep me discreetly, so neatly in the corner. Find me with the flora, the fauna, the hardship. From backyard is where my art is. Still I find it hard to depart this big city life. Wait, big city life, me try to get by. Depression I ease up no matter what me try. Big city life, in my heart have no base. And right now, Babylon, you there upon me. Big city life, me try to get by. Depression I ease up no matter what me try. Big city life, my heart have no base. And right now, you see you there upon me. Big city life, me try to get by. Depression I ease up no matter what me try. So big city life, my heart have no base. And right now, Babylon, they upon me case. Big city life, me try to get by. Pressure not ease up no matter what me try. Big city life, my heart have no base. And right now, Babylon, you're there on me case. Dankeschön. Let me see the hands again. When the beat drops out and the people gone, will you still be there for me, child? When the lights go out and the morning comes, will you still be there for me, child? When the beat drops out, life happens when you're making plans, flying high and shaking hands. The song will write you, you don't write it right. Didn't mean to fall in love, it's rhythm that created us. I was running, we collided, baseline. I will always, I just wanna, feelings in your heart for me. Baseline, after all the great times, I just wanna know that feelings in your heart. You with me? But when the beat drops out, when the people gone, will you still be there for me, child? When the lights go out and the morning comes, will you still be there for me, child? But when the beat drops out, when the people gone, will you still be there for me, child? But when the lights go out and the morning comes, will you still be there for me, child? When the beat drops out with you, I found a new way to live. I see an alternative. Now we started, we can't stop it. I didn't mean to fall in love. Last thing I was thinking of was you and me, but we collided. Baseline, I will always, I just wanna, feelings in your heart for me. Baseline, after all the great times, I just wanna know that feelings in your heart. You with me? When the beat drops out and the people gone, we still be there for me, child. When the lights go out and the morning comes, we still be there for me, child. When the beat drops out and the people gone, we still be there for me, child. Still be there for me when the lights go out and the morning comes. We still be there for me when the beat drops out, when the beat drops out, when it drops out, when the lights go out and the morning comes. When the beat drops out. Dankeschön. You're amazing, you're amazing. Thank you so much. This is our last song. I want to say a big Dankeschön to Mercedes-Benz once again for having us. Stars and cars, you're beautiful. This one's called Everybody Feeling Something. Hey, now let me tell you something. We got the place erupting. We got the place erupting. Yeah, yeah. This is the mood we're wanting. Everybody feeling something. We got the place erupting, erupting. Streets that feeds my soul. Can't let go. Feels like home. Feels like a melody. It's trying to break out of me. Whoa, whoa, yeah, yeah. Smoke 5, 3 miles high. We catch light. Sound feels right. Works like a remedy. I feel it healing me, yeah.
And if you're lonely where you are, I'm always close, I'm never far. I wanna hear your heavy heart. Oh, you taught me how to love. You got me hard.
Hey, now let me tell you something. We got the place erupting. We got the place erupting. Yeah, yeah. This is the mood we're wanting. Everybody feeling something. We got the place erupting, erupting. Street lights keep that glow. Kicks down road. With my bones that reach out in front of me. Seen, I don't wanna leave, no. Smoke fire 3 miles high. We catch light. The sound feels right. Works like a remedy. Works like a I feel it healing me. Yeah. Yeah. Now let me tell you something. We got the place erupting. We got the place erupting. Yeah, yeah. This is the mood we wanting. Everybody feeling something. We got the place erupting, erupting. Thank you so much. Dankeschön, Stuttgart, thank you. I love you. My name is Marlon Boudet. Peace and goodbye. I feel it healing me. Yeah. Now let me tell you something. We got the place erupting. We got the place erupting. Hey, hey. This is the mood we're wanting. Everybody feeling something. We got the place erupting, erupting. Thank you. We got the place erupting, erupting. Everybody feeling something. We got the place erupting, erupting. Dankeschön. Thank you. Dankeschön, vielen Dank.
2, 1.
Als ich vor 2 Wochen beim Formel-1-Finale in Abu Dhabi das letzte Rennen der Saison zu Ende kommentiert hatte, da habe ich gedacht, so richtig viel kann eigentlich in diesem Jahr nicht mehr kommen. Pustekuchen, ich habe nicht gedacht, dass Stars Cars so groß wird, so eine tolle Bühne und so ein tolles Publikum. Willkommen zu Stars Cars 2015 in der Mercedes-Benz Arena in Stuttgart. Wir haben schon eine Menge erlebt, wir haben schon viele, viele tolle Sachen gesehen, wir haben schon tolle Künstler gehört, wir haben hier auch gerade schon die schönsten und schnellsten Rennwagen der Welt gesehen, aber es wird natürlich noch viel, viel besser, denn zum ersten Mal in der Geschichte von Stars Cars, das gibt es ja schon seit einigen Jahren, wird dieses Jahr in richtigen Rennen ein Sieger gekürt. Wir werden 15 Rennen, diverse Showläufe und viel, viel Spektakel auf dieser Strecke hier erleben. 681 Meter ist sie lang, zwischen 7 und 8 Metern ist sie breit und es hat 2400 Tonnen Kies und 1220 Tonnen Asphalt benötigt, um hier diesen Parcours in die Mercedes-Benz Arena zu bauen. Nach den Rennwagen von gerade kommen jetzt 2 etwas gemäßigtere, aber bildschöne Fahrzeuge mit meinen ersten Gästen. Wir freuen uns auf die Mercedes-Vorstände, wir freuen uns auf Dieter Zetsche, auf Professor Dr. Thomas Weber und auf Ola Kelenius in einem Konzept-IAA-Auto und einem niegelnagelneuen S500 Cabrio. Ich habe Ihnen schon ein paar Zahlen zu der Strecke genannt und hier kommen die ersten Autos des Abends, nachdem ja gerade unsere Rennwagen sowas wie die Einstimmung, wie das Vorprogramm waren. Da haben wir dieses auf der IAA vorgestellte Aerodynamik-Wunder, ein benzinelektrischer Plug-in-Hybridantrieb, 279 PS. Also dieses Auto, den vorderen, den gibt es nur einmal. Das S500 Cabrio natürlich, das gibt es ein bisschen öfter. Und darin, wie gerade schon gesagt, der Vorstandsvorsitzende Dr. Dieter Zetsche, Professor Dr. Thomas Weber, Vorstandsmitglied der Daimler AG, zuständig bei der Konzernforschung und Mercedes-Benz Cars Entwicklung und Vorstandsmitglied Ola Kelenius, zuständig für Mercedes-Benz Cars Vertrieb. Und jetzt sehen Sie, wie wir uns das hier so vorgestellt haben. Die Bühne hier ist nämlich nicht nur die Bühne für die Künstler und für die Interviews, sondern sie ist auch die Bühne für die Autos. Und jetzt müssen wir ein bisschen gucken. Das haben wir alles natürlich geprobt, aber im Live-Betrieb ist es immer ein bisschen schwieriger, aber es funktioniert wunderbar. Unser Concept Car schafft es über die Rampe und wird jetzt hier an mir vorbeifahren bis nach vorn durch. Und dann kommt Dr. Zetsche aus dem ersten Fahrzeug raus und dann kommt das Cabrio hinterher. Am Steuer übrigens Ellen Lohr. Herzlich willkommen, Ellen. Dr. Zetsche, schön, dass Sie da sind. Herzlich willkommen. Ola und Professor Weber klettern raus und damit sind wir mit der ersten Gruppe schon beisammen. Jetzt gibt es noch Mikros für die Herren. Nochmal guten Tag. Die Mikros kommen von, na, solange wir keins kriegen, teile ich natürlich mal ein Mikro, ist ja gar kein Problem. Dr. Weber, da sind die Mikros, wunderbar. Wunderschönes Auto, mit dem Sie da angekommen sind. Sie sind ja der Mann, der diese Entwicklung von diesen Sachen mit anfeuert. Was haben wir denn da gesehen?
Sieht's nicht cool aus, ne? Das ist unser Traumwagen, ein Konzept IAA. Haben wir extra zur IAA gebaut und heute für euch, die Fans von Mercedes, mitgebracht. Aerodynamisch ein Weltmeister, ein CW-Wert von 0,19 und auch sonst absolut das Beste drin, was Mercedes so zu bieten hat. Schön, dass ihr alle da seid. Einen wunderschönen guten Abend und ihr könnt euch auf einiges gefasst machen.
Und ich denke, da schließt sich Ola Källenius gleich an. Er ist der Mann, der für den Vertrieb zuständig ist und der quasi hier mitgeholfen hat, das alles so umzusetzen. Überrascht jetzt, wie toll das aussieht?
Das ist fantastisch. Willkommen Stuttgart, willkommen Mercedes Racing Fans. Das Stadion ist voll, wir haben eine tolle Saison hinter uns. Wir wollen das auch heute richtig gut feiern. Das wird Racing geben, das wird Entertainment geben. Und vor allem freuen wir uns, dass so viele Fans gekommen sind. Auch viele Kolleginnen und Kollegen sind heute da. Das wird ein toller Abend. Auf euch.
Und jetzt freuen wir uns gleich auf einen Gast, der uns aus dem Himmel zukommen wird. Aber vorher freuen wir uns auf die offizielle Begrüßung von Dr. Zetsche.
Vielen Dank, Heiko Wasser. Herzlich willkommen, Motorsportfreunde. Wow, das ist eine Wahnsinnskulisse hier. Jetzt verstehe ich, warum die Rolling Stones nie aufhören wollten, in Stadien zu spielen. Aber keine Sorge, wir fangen nicht an zu singen. Wir sind uns so schon genug. Aber wir haben natürlich gehört, ihr habt es schon ziemlich schwer gehabt, hierher zu kommen, zu dieser super Szene. Das Booking-System ist sofort zusammengebrochen, als wir es freigeschaltet haben. Ich habe gehört, seit der Champions League hat es nicht mehr so einen Ansturm auf das VfB-System gegeben. Aber ich will jetzt keine dummen Sprüche machen, sondern ich will dem VfB von ganzem Herzen alles Gute wünschen für die zweite Hälfte der Saison. Unsere Champions League in der Motorsport ist natürlich die Formel 1. Und wir haben im letzten Jahr in 2014 gedacht, besser geht es nicht mehr. So ein Wahnsinnsjahr. Und dann kam 2015. In 2014 hatten wir 2 Champions. In 2015 waren es 6. Absolut unvorstellbar. Wir haben in der Formel 1 natürlich die Fahrerweltmeisterschaft gewonnen, aber auch die Konstrukteursmeisterschaft und die Fahrermeisterschaft natürlich mit 1 und 2. Wir haben in der DTM die Fahrermeisterschaft und die Teammeisterschaft gewonnen. Und wir haben im GT3 die Europameisterschaft gewonnen und dann auch noch den ADAC GT Team Award. Es ist unglaublich, 6 Teams haben wir gewonnen, 6 Rennen haben wir gewonnen und damit natürlich bewiesen, dass die absolut besten Teams für uns fahren und dass die schnellsten Autos ganz eindeutig einen Stern haben. Allen voran natürlich die Fahrer. Wir haben mit Luis und Nico die beiden absoluten Überfahrer, die sich unglaublich spannende Rennen geliefert haben. Und mit dem Pascal Wehrlein haben wir den jüngsten DTM-Champion aller Zeiten. Normalerweise in dem Alter ist man froh, wenn man einen Führerschein besteht. Er ist deutlich ein bisschen weitergekommen. Und dann haben wir aber auch noch den Luca und den Felix und den Sebastian. Ein Wahnsinnsaufgebot von...
Didn't do such a good job, and now you can enjoy us seeing to see us winning. It's just great. Thank you so much. And Nico said in Abu Dhabi that he would love to continue tomorrow I mean, that's no surprise after 3 wins. But now we first want to have a great celebration today and great battles today. I'm looking forward to the new champion of the champions and who will win the trophy today. Have a great evening, and I'm looking forward to the party. Thank you so much. And just as you've mentioned, this is the last trophy of the evening, and it's coming to us now from the skies. We have a new Stars and Cars Cup. It will be a cup that will be passed on to the just mentioned. It comes to us from the skies. One of the best artistic jumpers and parachutists comes to us, Eberhard Ginge. It's he's had thousands of parachute jumps, and he did a brilliant job. He was a world championship champion at the high bar. He won the bronze medal in the Olympics in '76, and he was a German champion for 36 times. He did a lot of tandem parachute jumps, also with John Deck, with Günther Oettinger. He also did some jumps. I hope they didn't talk English on their way down, but they had a lot of fun. And today he brought the cup to us. Of course, now he has to remove all of this, all of the wires here. So, Eberhard Ginge and the Stars and Cars Cup 2015.
Der ist richtig schwer.
It's really heavy.
Und die Tür geht relativ gut auf.
And the door is
Aber noch ein Kabel.
easy to open. We have another cable there in the way.
Herzlich willkommen auf der Stars
Welcome at the Stars and Cars stage, Eberhard Ginge and the Stars and Cars Cup.
Eberhard, schön, dass Sie
Eberhard, great to have you here. Thanks for the cup. So, what was the jump altitude? 4,500 feet, that's about 1,100 meters. It took me 3 to 4 minutes, and I have to say, it's amazing. There is no wind at all in here in the stadium, so of course it's a very fast jump because of the weight. It looked sensational. We love it, but I can imagine that from up above there, the stadium looks even better. Yes, it's sensational. I love it. Especially when you can be closer here now. I love the stadium, to be in it and to be so close to the tracks. So I'm looking forward to the stadium and to the races today. You're out of breath a bit, but I hope that you still have the strength to put the cup up there. So the cars will now drive down the stage again. So here we have a wall for the cups, as in every good German living room. For Mercedes, of course, you need a big wall because they won so many trophies. And now we have the cup on our wall. Now we'll remove everything from the stage because now we'll start with the first real racing drivers. So we're looking for the first real racing drivers, but now we would like to show you the cars that they will use in their contest. So please welcome to Rally Legends.
Da haben wir den Mercedes-Benz.
So this is the Mercedes-Benz 450 SLC Rally and the Mercedes-Benz 500 SL10. So if you're wondering who's behind the steering wheel, it's Toto Wolff and Niki Lauda.
And here we go then, Niki Lauda and Toto Wolff there. We can see a brilliant onboard shot of Niki Lauda. Just look at the focus and the concentration in these phenomenal cars that they're driving. Niki Lauda driving the Mercedes-Benz 500 SL Rally. Toto Wolff in the Mercedes-Benz 450 SLC. Look at Niki Lauda. He looks oh so comfortable, and why wouldn't he? Toto Wolff, if I may be honest, looks as though he's got a little bit more anticipation. They cross over now because, of course, it is a dual circuit. One element is much quicker than the other, about 3 seconds the difference between the 2 laps, whether you're inside or outside. So Niki Lauda then can expect plenty of sideways action from these cars. Absolutely awesome cars from the days of rallying. Another superb onboard shot then of Niki Lauda. Niki Lauda and Toto Wolff, of course, crossing the line almost together there. Phenomenal stuff. The first exhibition run that we're seeing here in the Stars and Cars event between the 2 heads of Mercedes-Benz Motorsport, Toto Wolff and Niki Lauda. And they're giving it everything they can out there. Very wide line into that bend from Toto Wolff, and Niki Lauda now crosses over. Toto will do exactly the same as they swap circuits once again. One on the inner, one on the outside. And this is actually going to be utterly neck and neck when they get towards the finishing line. Mark my words. So around the second from last turn, heading up towards the last turn now. We're capturing all the action for you. And the checkered flag goes. And that was a brilliant first exhibition run from the 2 stars. There is Toto Wolff, and Niki Lauda just shaded it, to be truthful. Not done enough yet. They want to be out there for some more. There is Niki Lauda. They may have taken the checkered flag, but they still want to showboat in front of the over 30,000 people here in the stadium. Another great onboard shot of this circuit designed by Hermann Tilke. And Toto Wolff with a big smile on his face as well. They're going to be up on the stage now and actually take the cars up there. And we will hear from both of them, of course.
So here they are, our first 2 racing drivers. And actually, this was supposed to be a show run. It was not supposed to be aggressive. But Dr. Tetsch, what do you think? It seemed a bit aggressive and like a real contest. Yes, of course, they take everything seriously. So this is just the winning spirit that they have. So in the interest of Niki Lauda, we'll say, well, it was a photo finish. There was no clear winner between Niki Wolff and Niki Lauda and Toto Wolff. The CEO of Mercedes-Benz AMG Petronas and Toto Wolff, the CEO of Motorsports Mercedes-Benz. So, Niki, Toto, please join me here in our interview corner. So, take a deep breath. I think Florian Koenig would be proud of you. At the end, I didn't know whether I had to take the outside or the inside lane. I just stayed where I was, and I think it was correct. Yes, after 171 Grand Prix races, 25 wins, and 24 podiums, and 3 World Championship titles, I think it's okay to cross the finish line after Toto Wolff. Yes, he was the winner. He did a good job. Congratulations. But I will have a comeback. So let's take a look at the slow motions there, because you did a very nice job and some nice drifting too. Just like on RTL, the highlights. Perhaps you can analyze it for us. Well, it seems slow. Yeah, it's a slow motion. That should be the case. Yeah, not a problem. I can live with that. Toto, you did a great job. I think it's a photo finish. What else I have to add, and what probably not everyone knows, is that Toto Wolff is not a newcomer when it comes to racing, because he also participated in 24-hour races, for instance, at the Nürburgring. Most people don't think of that. Yes, it's such a long time ago. Niki and I actually said that it should be a show run, so we'll do some donuts. But then Pascal Wehrlein talked to me before I started and said, Niki, really wants to win. He thinks it's a real contest. So I didn't know what to do. So in the first lap, I played tactics and looked what he was doing, and I saw he was very aggressive behind the steering wheel. So then I also saw it as a contest. No, I was not really that aggressive. So you enjoyed it a lot, but we have so many others who also want to have great fun on our 681-meter track. And these are the drivers that will now actively battle for our Stars and Cars Cup. And Verena Fried is in the middle at the start. She will interview them. We will now see our racing drivers, the champions of the season 2015.
Out on track then, as we've seen, Toto Wolff and Niki Lauda. Here comes Lewis Hamilton with trophy. So Lewis Hamilton pretty cool, composed and very, very satisfied with the year he has had. A good conversation with him before making my way up to the commentary box here. Nico Rosberg, whoa, he nearly went. He's holding on for dear life. Back of that, absolutely beautiful. The youngest ever DTM champion, there he is, Pascal Wehrlein. Luca Ludwig and Sebastian Ash then taking the ADAC GT Masters. Felix Rosenqvist, the FIA Formula 3 European champion, powered by Mercedes-Benz. So Lewis really playing to the crowd as you would expect. And one thing can be guaranteed from Lewis Hamilton, we'll hear the interview in English. His German is similar to mine, not very good.
So these are our champions with their trophies. Formula One World Champion Lewis Hamilton, the runner-up World Champion and part of the Constructors World Championship team, Nico Rosberg, the youngest ever DTM champion, Pascal Wehrlein, the champion of Formula 3 European Championships, Felix Rosenqvist, and winner of the World Cup in Macau, Mauro Engel, and finally the champions of the ADAC GT Masters in 2015, Luca Ludwig and Sebastian Ash. And Verena Fried will now be very brave to go to the cars and talk to our interview guests. Well, it works. I can just say stop and they'll stop in front of me. So how do you like the atmosphere? It's amazing. This is actually my home region and so many people. It's just amazing what Mercedes achieved and organized here. So we want to give back to the fans what the fans gave us this year, and we want to have an amazing party tonight. Did you hear that? We'll have a great party tonight. Are you looking forward to the races? Yes, of course. We are looking forward. We have been looking forward for this event for weeks. It's a great opportunity for us to present the customer sports too. This is why we are here today, to celebrate together with you. Okay, thank you. Verena, Lewis Hamilton has arrived at the stage. He's talking to Niki and Toto, and Ola Kelenius is the organizer here. He took the cup and put it on our wall. Well done. Nico Rosberg, welcome here at stage with the next large cup, and of course this will also be put on our shelves here. Toto, Niki, perhaps you can tell us about the track, the circuit that we have here.
The race of Nico, of Toto and Niki.
Firstly, hi everyone. How are you? What a crowd we have here. So good to see everyone. I didn't see the race, but Niki was always telling me, why didn't you go faster? So I just had to ask him the same thing.
Really well, and he was very, very close to the wall. Sometimes, you know the rules. If you hit one of those sticks, it's about a second, and if you hit the wall, it will be 3 seconds. Nico, hast du was mitgekriegt? Aber ihr habt die Strecke euch natürlich vorher schon angeschaut, oder?
But of course you took a look at the circuit before. Good evening, Stuttgart, first of all. Thanks for coming. I'm so glad. It's such a great atmosphere here. Yes, we saw a nice duel between Toto and Nikki. Actually, I wanted Nikki to win today for a change, but it was very close. But very cool, yes. And now we will see even more head-to-head battles. So now we want to go back to Verena because she some other interview partners. Yes, Felix Rosenqvist.
So, before you also go that way, quickly, what are you looking forward to the most today?
Well, I think just enjoying with the fans. I mean, it's just a fantastic spectacle that they put up here with Mercedes. And yeah, just fantastic that so many people can come and watch us. And yeah, should be fun.
Should be fun. And you're looking forward to a lot of, are you going to push hard?
Sorry?
Are you going to push really hard?
I'm not driving anything more. I'm already did my run. So.
But you're definitely going to cross your fingers hard.
Yeah.
All right then. Okay, off you go. Thank you.
Luis, we just see Pascal with its huge DTM trophy. Are you a bit jealous that the DTM trophy is twice as big as the Formula One one?
That's the size of the trophy, World Championship trophy should be, and it's so heavy. I don't know, it's much heavier than mine, but no, it's great, and it's also good to experience holding someone else's World Championship trophy because it's an incredible achievement for him.
Honestly, how much are you looking
He
forward?
said we can change cockpits.
Oh, you can change, okay.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I'll try and keep mine.
maybe you can sort it out in the final. If you do reach the final and you two drive against each other, then you're fighting for the Stars and Cars trophy.
That sounds good. That sounds good.
But anyway, how much are you looking forward to driving here today against all the other guys?
I've been a part of Mercedes since 1997. So 1997 was the first time I saw Stars and Cars. And it's great to have seen it along the journey and been a part of it. To bring back this success to Stuttgart and be able to share it with everyone is a great privilege. So I'm looking forward to having some fun for once on the track with everyone.
Also, Luis freut sich wie alle hier.
Luis, as everyone, is looking forward, just like Christmas for him. But not all drivers are here yet. We have our champions here yet. They can now warm up a bit in the driver's lounge. And we will now have even more trucks and cars with other racing drivers who will be part of our contest. And they were selected by you in the online voting. And we'll also see some other legends. We are looking forward to the World Championship truck that was also used by the soccer world champions of Germany. And now I welcome Maro Engel, Felix Rosenqvist, and then we're looking forward to our truck. And now, please join me in welcoming the next drivers with a huge round of applause, and if you want, also with a Mexican wave.
So great interviews on stage, and thanks to Heiko Wasser then, who is our presenter there. Lewis Hamilton and Pascal Wehrlein together, as you can see, with Luca Ludwig and Sebastian Asch behind. There's Felix Rosenqvist, who's joining in on the action as well. And here now all the competition drivers that are going to be part of Stars and Cars 2015.
And here we have another truck full of motorsports legends, DTM drivers. And of course, we have our mascot. This is just amazing. Bernd, this is just an incredible atmosphere. Well, this is like playing on home turf. Great atmosphere. Thank you all for coming. And we all cross our fingers. And we do that for you in particular. Okay, Bernd Schneider, the most successful DTM driver of all times. So how does it feel to be here? It's just incredible. The atmosphere, the mood is just spectacular. Everybody, all the seats are taken now.
Yeah, pretty good. It's amazing to come and see this crowd. Quite an amazing event to put on at the end of the year after such a successful year in all the championships.
Thank you very much. So, dann gehe ich hier mal weiter rüber.
Okay, so I go to this side.
Sowas schon mal erlebt, nee, oder?
Have you experienced this before? No. No. It's a great pleasure for me to be able to be here, and I hope you enjoyed. You enjoyed the show. Are you okay? Lucas is asking.
Wunderbar.
Great.
Und Christian, wirst du es
Christian?
heute rocken?
Are you going to rock and rumble? Well, yes, the mood is great. And I've done some test laps in the morning, and we're all looking forward to the real thing now. I'm also going to look forward to that. Susie,
Magst du ein paar Worte an uns?
would you like to say a few words of fans? It's just amazing how many people are here and how great the atmosphere is. And I'm very proud that you're here. Where are the women in the stadium?
Frauenpower!
Women
David.
power.
David Coulthard.
David
Hello.
Coulthard.
You've been to a Christmas party yesterday from Boss. How was it?
It was fantastic. It was my preparation for the celebration we have here. So first of all, we do the track, and then we do the party.
But this is much better.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure.
For sure. For sure. Wunderbar. Max, was sagst du?
Max, what are you saying? Shall we try to start another Mexican wave? Yes, of course, we're going to do that. Okay, so we're going to start here. 3, 2, 1, go! And round the whole stadium for the guys. This looks just great. Don't stop. Round the bend. Look at this. Isn't this just amazing?
Well, very good evening.
Very good evening, huh?
It is a great evening. Again, fantastic what the Mercedes has done to organizing the fans the great evening. So, thank you for being here.
Thank you for being here. Wir bedanken uns ganz herzlich bei allen,
Well,
dass Sie da
we
sind.
would like to thank all of you for being here.
Hast du
Daniel,
deine Glücksbanane eingepackt?
do you have your lucky banana with you? Well, this season was not so good for me.
Dann machen wir es jetzt mit Apfel.
So we're going to do it now with an apple.
Probier's mal. Nur als kleine Erklärung,
Okay.
Daniel hat bei der ganzen DTM-Saison
Daniel,
vor jedem
during the
Rennen
DTM
eine Banane
season,
gegessen.
has eaten a banana before the race because he thought this is going to give him good luck, and now he doesn't have a banana, he's going to take an apple. I'm going to keep my fingers crossed for him. Say yeah to the fans. Okay, so please clap your hands for our drivers. So what's the atmosphere in the stadium? This is exactly what we need.
I would say, huh? Yeah.
Jenny, du machst das überragend.
Jenny, you're doing such a great job. The only singing facilitator in Germany, Jenny Brown, and I think we have to welcome a few people that we haven't welcomed yet. Sebastian Asch, for example, Marco Engel. So what do you think? What's your impression? It's a great feeling to be here, and it's just amazing to see what has been set up in here. And we are also very proud that we are here from AMG Custom Sports and that we are part of this family. And today, I think we are all going to fight to compete, and it's going to be the same as on every other racetrack in the world. And we're going to see some fierce competition. Luca Ludwig is also here, Mara Engel is here, and I think I have another co-facilitator with me, Toto Wolf, and he wanted to talk to Esteban O'Connell, but he wanted to say hello to Susie Wolf first. Esteban? And we also have to welcome and introduce a new member. Esteban O'Connell is the other new person next to Pascal. So you're still number one. And last year Esteban won the European F3 Championships, and the other one is Max Verstappen. So this is Esteban's title, and this year GP3, and he's our youngest member of this family. Welcome, Esteban. Thank you very much, Toto. You've done a great job. And in the meantime, I talked to the organizers. It's a great pleasure to see that you're all here. It's like a family party, but nevertheless, we now have to leave the stage.
We have the driver's lounge, and we have some other lounges where you can warm up and prepare for the races. Denn jetzt geht's langsam los. Jetzt können die sich alle in der driver's lounge ein bisschen zurückziehen.
You can go to the driver's lounge to rest a bit and to prepare for the races, because now this is when the serious part of the evening begins. And this now brings us to the first race, the round of the last 16. Our champions, our Formula 1 drivers, the DTM drivers, and also the 6 candidates that you've voted for are now going to have 8 races against one another. It's a knockout system, so 4 laps per, or 4 rounds per race, and we use different cars for this. And the first vehicles, well, we're going to take a look at them right now.
Well, great to see all those stars up on stage. And one that wasn't mentioned was Mick Schumacher, who's been voted for by you to be in this competition. So Mick Schumacher, who of course was taking part in the ADAC Formula 4 series this year, 2015, did a good job, a race winner in ADAC Formula 4, may I make that point. In fact, got a podium on his first ever showing at Oschersleben. It was a podium for the best rookie.
Okay, and now we know the cars that we're going to see right now. And we've just seen them on the video clip, and now the cars are coming in. And now I would have thought Mika Häkkinen and Lewis Hamilton would be here to talk to me, but they're going to be given some instructions at the moment how this is going to take place here, with lane changes and so on, and who's going to drive where, when. Maybe we can listen to them.
And we will answer it for you once again. We just discussed with Lewis which way we have to drive.
And do you know by now?
No. No.
Also wir haben natürlich einen Rennleiter und wir haben natürlich auch ganz viele Fachleute, die euch das erklären.
Someone who's responsible for the race.
On the outside, then you change and you have 2 more laps on the other lane and then you change again. So, also damit auf Deutsch das
Okay, in German once again. Okay, Lewis says he knows how it works. Okay, Lewis says that Mika has had more practice. Okay, so the drivers are getting ready, and of course we have all the necessary safety precautions. We have 6-point safety belts, and Lewis Hamilton puts his chewing gum onto my card here. I'm going to give it away on the next auction for a good cause, and I hope it gets at least €1,000. So if you want to have one of Lewis Hamilton's chewing gums, save your pennies for next year's auction.
Well, there you have it, if you fancy Lewis Hamilton's used chewing gum. So, what a race this is going to be. Lewis Hamilton up against Mika Häkkinen. Mika Häkkinen then making his way into the car right now. I have to tell you, Mika Häkkinen in free practice earlier today was extremely lively. Lewis has got some competition here. It's not going to be all one way, I can tell you. So Lewis Hamilton versus Mika Häkkinen, the first time that we're going to see these brilliant Mercedes-AMG A45 4MATIC cars out on track. 2000cc 4-cylinder car, capable of 250 kilometers per hour, turbocharged 4-wheel drive. It's the world's most powerful compact performance car, and the first AMG high-performance car in the compact class. So the tension begins to build as we're going to see the first competitive action out there on track. And as Heiko explained, basically you get 1 lap on the outside, then you do 2 laps on the inside, then 1 lap on the outside. That's the way it works. So each driver gets 2 laps on each version of this circuit that has been created for this Stars and Cars event. So it's all absolutely equal.
Lewis Hamilton's, he's in the white A45, and Mika Häkkinen in the black UBFS, and the other is the EBM Papst vehicle. So they're going to go on a first round, and now Peter Reichert-Ritchie is someone that all the DTM spectators know. He is the person to comment on all the races, the DTM races. So we're looking forward to the first race here, and this is a race with a 3-time world champion Lewis Hamilton versus the 2-time champion and one of the biggest race drivers in this era, namely Mika Häkkinen.
So the cars making their way down onto the track. Lewis Hamilton in the white car, Mika Häkkinen in the black one. These cars are capable of performance. So one warming up lap, then they'll be brought out to the start-finish gantry. And this will mean business. Hamilton versus Häkkinen. Been so looking forward to this. The start of the competition then gets underway here in the Stuttgart Stadium. This made specifically for the Mercedes Stars and Cars event. The first to show, Lewis Hamilton and Mika Häkkinen. All eyes on the starting gantry. We await the green then. 4 laps to be done, and let's see who is going to be victorious here. You can see the lights thrown to the top of the screen for you. This is Lewis Hamilton versus Mika Häkkinen, and we are away and racing. Very interesting to see which different lines are taken by these drivers. Lewis Hamilton with such a phenomenal year this year, much like last, to be honest. So successful. Now, do bear in mind that the two tracks offer different speeds and different lengths, and therefore what you see isn't necessarily the way it's going to end up, because the outer track is quicker than the inner, which is why the cars have to swap. 4 laps in total. Each driver gets 2 laps on each part of the circuit. So we put the screen there, and at the moment, Hamilton is the quickest, 42.269, plays 42.838 at the moment. So Mika Häkkinen then with a 5/10 gap. Lewis Hamilton is reigning supreme at the moment. Now, I'm sure Mika Häkkinen was lulling you into a full sense of security when he was interviewed by Heiko Wasser. He knows exactly what he needs to do out there on track. Let him kid you not. Getting oh so close to the wall and oh so close to the barriers as well. And Lewis Hamilton takes it by a margin of some 1.3 seconds in the end. First blood then to Lewis Hamilton, total time 39.547. Mika Häkkinen 40.293.
Dankeschön, Richie.
Thank
Und
you,
ich spiele
Richie.
den Ball dann gleich weiter
And
zu
now
Verena,
back
denn
to
sie wird
Verena,
gleich daneben sitzen,
because she's
wenn die
going
beiden
to sit
ankommen und aussteigen. Wir wollen
next to
natürlich
the
die
area
ersten
where the
Statements
two are
von den
going to
beiden haben.
arrive, and we're going to listen to their statements, and I'm going to use that opportunity to talk to Nikki. So, what do you think? What about the older person from Finland and the younger one from England? Well, I think that was really a tight race. I don't really know who's won, but I think Lewis really accelerated at the end. Okay, so now they're going to leave this area to the driver's area, and Christian Victors and Maximilian Goetz are going to do the next. And now I hope Verena is able to talk to Lewis and Mika. Well, Mika is just getting out of his vehicle. I'm going to talk to the Flying Finn.
That was pretty close, wasn't it? I mean, in the beginning you were definitely leading, but then Lewis won. What do you say?
It was amazing. It was such a great fun, you know. yeah, good fun, you know. But gentleman is gentleman.
Yeah, congratulations, but that was pretty tight, wasn't it? Did you think it would be that tight?
Oh my God, it was really good fun. And such a privilege to be racing up against Mika, you know, a complete legend in the sport.
Yeah, absolutely. And so you're looking forward to the next round then?
I am. Yeah, I wasn't expecting that, so.
Are you serious?
He said he'd been training.
Well, you were training.
I had to practice more, you know. He's a 3-time world champion, only twice.
But you know what? I heard you were training really hard, but I was getting a little nervous when just before we started, you actually asked which way to go. That was a joke, right?
No, certainly, of course, you know, because, you know, you can imagine, you know, for all the fans, you know, it's so important that way. There's a great enjoyment. That way we give them a good show. And without the fans, we have no fun. Without the fans, we have no great motor racing. Without the fans, Mercedes-Benz wouldn't be a world champion. So thank you, fans.
Thank you, Mika. Ja, die Fans sind die Besten und ich glaube, ihr
Well,
habt
the
gesehen, die
fans
beiden hatten auf
are
jeden
the
Fall richtig
best,
Spaß
and
und
we
damit
could
zurück
see
zu
that
dir.
they both enjoyed it. And this brings me back to you. Okay, and here we have Hankook Emotion, Maximilian Götz, and in the blue-white one, Allianz Vico, we have Christian Vittoris. And we see the green flag. They are allowed to leave, so the next two drivers are preparing for the next race. I don't know whether we're going to see some advertisement first, so they're going to do the introductory lap, and then Peter Ritchie Reichert is going to take over.
So they're now on their warming up lap 2. Utter DTM stars, then Christian Vittoris and Maximilian Götz. Having lots of opportunities to have a conversation with Maximilian Götz. Earlier, ignore the graphics up on your screen. It is Maximilian Götz and Christian Vittoris. We get the green from the marshal there, so all eyes from Christian Vittoris and Maximilian Götz will be on the gantry now. We'll throw the lights to the top of the screen for you. Here they come. And this, the next round then of the first part of Stars and Cars. And we are away, and it was a better start from Maximilian Götz than Christian Vittoris. Now, of course, Maximilian Götz has got the fastest circuit to begin with, but then there is a crossover to come, so Christian Vittoris, he's no mean driver, I can tell you. Certainly had some success in DTM this year. Maximilian Götz, of course, new to DTM for 2015, coming from the ADAC GT Masters program, where, of course, he and Maxi Boot were champions. Now the cars will be absolutely side by side as the two tracks virtually meet. It's Götz versus Vittoris. This is going to be an interesting crossover here. Oh, they're very nearly side by side, but Maximilian Götz has got the edge at the moment. He's got the edge by some 0.8 of a second. So Maximilian Götz leading the way over Christian Vittoris at the moment. And as they reach the crossover point, they were very nearly side by side, but not quite. Now, of course, it is Christian Vittoris that has the edge, and Christian Vittoris has failed to dive to the inside line. So now both cars are on the same track. This should not have happened. So we have Christian Vittoris and Maximilian Götz. I don't know what the race stewards will make of this, because they both shouldn't be on that line. But now Christian Vittoris, 1 lap later than he should have done. Brilliant move by Christian Vittoris, because that has now put him right up against it. But I think the stewards might have something to say about it. So here comes Maximilian Götz then heading towards the line. Wow, goodness me. That was very, very interesting. And the first seemingly mistake of the runs so far. Christian Vittoris and Maximilian Götz out there together. And here's the replay. Now there you can see he actually thought about diving in and then didn't.
Ja, absolut, Ritchie, das hast du
Well,
genau richtig
absolutely
erkannt. Und wir haben
right,
mittlerweile
Ritchie.
von der Rennleitung,
And
unser Rennleiter heißt
the
Oliver Grodowski, auch schon
racing
Bescheid
manager
bekommen.
Oliver
In der
Grodowski
Tat,
told us
Disqualifikation
already
für
that Christian Vittoris is disqualified and Maximilian Götz has won. And now we're going to see the Scottish Championship here in Swabia. We have DC David Coulthard versus the former DTM champion, Formula One driver, and then coming back to DTM Paul di Resta and David Coulthard. Well, he is talking to Mika Häkkinen, DC, and is sitting in the car, and he's probably talking to me too. David, you're looking forward to the
if it was
Scottish
an
fight?
Englishman I was fighting against, but you know, it's the Scots and we'll see how we go.
Also er wäre lieber gegen den Engländer gefahren.
Well, he would have liked rather to race against a Englishman, not against the Scot. So we're going to wait and see what's happening. So I think the cars are really fun. We've seen this in the first few races. Mika.
What advice, sorry to interrupt your conversation with Nico, but we have a little break. What advice did you give David?
I don't want to say nothing anymore.
Warum sagst du nichts mehr? Er will nichts mehr sagen. You gave him some secret advice, come on.
No, of course, you know, for the fantastic evening, and thank you for all the fans who are here. But for the David, only what you have to do is to keep your foot down.
Okay, der Tipp an David ist einfach Fuß runter,
Okay,
Fuß aufs
so
Gas
he
und dann
told
gleich mit dem
David
Tempo
to
weiter. Hier
keep
machen wir
his
kurze Werbeeinspielung.
foot on the accelerator. And now we're going to see some advertisement.
So this then, the all-Scottish race between David Coulthard and Paul de Resta.
Übernimmt wieder unser nächstes Achtelfinale. Paul de Resta gegen
And
David
now
Coulthard.
Paul de Resta against David Coulthard.
So Mika Hakkinen then has advised David Coulthard the only thing he's got to do is keep his foot buried on the floor. You know what, Mika? I think he'd be doing that anyway. Once David has got the competitive spirit, certainly isn't going to be beaten by the young whippersnapper, relatively speaking, Paul de Resta. So next round of 16 sees Paul de Resta and David Coulthard together then. We get the green flag from the marshal. All eyes once again on the lighting gantry. As we throw the lights to the top of the screen. Stand by, here comes the All-Scotland round. It's Paul de Resta versus David Coulthard. Both of them getting a blistering start in these phenomenal Mercedes-AMG A45 4MATIC cars. 2000cc four-cylinder potent machine. These are first AMG high-performance car in the compact class. They look and sound absolutely brilliant, and they're being driven by two utter stars. Paul de Resta and David Coulthard. David Coulthard, of course, following his Formula One successes, moved into the DTM, and Paul de Resta has done exactly the same, although from DTM, Paul de Resta went to Formula One, and now he's back again. Cars absolutely side by side as they cross the timing line, but de Resta just shades it. So the sound of the tyres squealing around this circuit. There's 3 seconds difference in the circuit. So the crossover made successfully. So Paul de Resta then. And David Coulthard out there on track in this next run. Oh! And just one of the marker posts gone there. Oh, and that is the closest so far. Just 1/10 between them. Just 1/10. Well, that's as close to a photo finish as you're going to get. It's under investigation now. I just wonder if that's because of where the car was parked on the start-finish line. It didn't appear to be in its grid box. So the two Scots are parading together there, or maybe it's under investigation for this. The back end hanging out and taking the posts out. Absolutely, that's what the investigation will be for. So we'll find out what the adjudicators will say about that in just a few moments, but that was Paul de Resta and David Coulthard. So the result of that one is under investigation.
Okay, now we have to replace some of these styrofoam poles. Well, these are actually insulation for heating pipes that we are using here, and we have branded them with Mercedes or Petronas. If you hit one of these poles, you get a 1 second penalty, and we're going to see who's going to get how many penalties. David Coulthard won because of the penalties for Paul de Resta, and I'm going to hear in a minute why this happened. Heiko, well, that's quite interesting, because David just asked me whether he won, and I said, well, I don't really know. So, who won? Because de Resta received a penalty, and the two guys don't know.
I won. I don't know. It's impossible to know. I won. Yay!
You did win, so that's excellent. But then again, I mean, you got the 1 second penalty because you hit the thing. What happened? It's just very tight, isn't it?
Yeah, I didn't even know I hit them, so it's just pushing the lines and trying to beat the old man that's the champion of Race of Champions.
But you know what's really surprising? I didn't know to cross over until he crossed over. I completely lost count and I only had to count to 2. So just as well you were ahead, otherwise I would have kept going.
Well, but it was fun, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's a bit of fun. It's good fun to come and do it, and yeah, see how far he goes in the next round.
Yeah, let's see about that. All right then. Well, thank you. Best of luck for the next round. Und jetzt, ja.
And now, well, apparently they had a lot of fun. And back to Heiko, and I have to be careful here. Okay, so David did not know that he had to change lanes until he saw that Paul changed lanes. So, ladies and gentlemen, don't think that we did not tell them that. They have done training laps, and there are directors of the race, and there are meetings, just like in everyday life, also for this little race. They all knew that, but the only thing they're actually interested in is where is the gas pedal and how do I accelerate the vehicle. Okay, so all these minor details like lane changes, well, they didn't pay a lot of attention. Okay, so we are going to see whether Pascal Wehrlein has paid attention, and now we're going to see Pascal Wehrlein versus Jean Alesi.
And this a fantastic heat that I've been so looking forward to. The legendary Jean Alesi and the youngest ever DTM champion, Pascal Wehrlein, together out there on track. Jean Alesi, he took several of those styrofoam poles out during free practice this morning. Of course, if he does that during the course of the race, now he's going to be penalised for that. So he will have taken notice of what Heiko Wasser was saying. So Pascal Wehrlein and Jean Alesi together then. So Jean Alesi into his grid box, and Pascal Wehrlein has just taken a few centimetres advantage there. That's clever. Okay, let's see if that makes a difference then between these two absolute superstars. As once again, we throw the lights to the top of the screen, live across the world from the Mercedes-Benz Stars and Cars event. And we are back and racing. It's Pascal Wehrlein versus Jean Alesi. And I didn't get to see Pascal Wehrlein's practice run this morning, but certainly Jean Alesi was very, very aggressive indeed. So crossover 1 done. Now no poles have been taken out yet by either of the drivers. Pascal Wehrlein, the DTM champion. Jean Alesi, of course, multi, and an absolute superstar, and darn nice chap as well. And they're close, but Pascal Wehrlein just shading it by 0.5 of a second over Jean Alesi at the moment. Still another couple of laps to come, though, and 0.5 can be changed. This track designed and built and overseen by Herman Tilke. Oh, very nearly a post came out then. That one had been super glued in, truthfully. So this then, and we're on to the last lap of this round between Pascal Wehrlein and Jean Alesi. The cars are absolutely side by side almost. Around the final turn now. And Pascal Wehrlein takes it by 1.7 seconds. So Alesi losing out on the last lap. Didn't look as tidy, and Pascal Wehrlein, well, continuing the success. It has been a fantastic career. Pascal Wehrlein then, a 1:22 total time. This in replay, super slow-mo then of the two drivers at work. Some in excess of
Okay, and Verena Fried is going to ask the questions in a minute. So we've just seen 4 races, and I'm going to summarize. So in the competition between the generations, Mika Häkkinen won, and Maximilian Götz against Christian Vittoris, and with the Scottish Championship, David Coulthard against Paul Rester. And now in the last race, Pascal Wehrlein, the current DTM champion, against Jean Alesi. And I hope now I've talked long enough for the gentleman to arrive at Verena's position. Well, Heiko, yes, they have arrived where they just have to get out of the seats. This always takes a minute, but Pascal is very quick. It looks rather tight, but first of all, congratulations. It's cool that you won, wasn't it? Well, I tried to influence it in the beginning. I told him I feel so much at ease in the car because it's not true because I didn't have enough time for training. So I was able to make him a bit uncomfortable and I won. And now to Jean.
Pascal said he kind of tried to make you a bit nervous when you talked about it. Is that the reason why you didn't beat him?
I'm too old to get nervous now, but really I'm very happy to be invited and to be part of the show. Mercedes-Benz this year have been unbelievable in Formula 1 with Lewis and Nico, and to be with them this weekend and to share my time with the fan. It's a super time, so thank you Mercedes, thank you everybody.
Thank you very much for being here, Jean. Ja, wie schon sagte, ist
and as he said, he's thrilled to become nervous, but he's really grateful to be able to be here. Back to Heiko. And now we're looking forward to the next show act. This event is called Stars and Cars right from the beginning, but in the former times, it was usually the stars in the cars. Now we also have stars behind the wheel, but we also heard Mr. Rudet, and now we also have 2 more musical acts. And the next one, I think, is really in line with this world of Formula 1, and they were founded in Berlin in 2002. They've sold millions of records, and now here we're going to see that they might have created a new song for this evening. We're looking forward to Culture Candela.
Stuttgart. Welcome. This is the Stars and Cars event here at the Mercedes Arena in Stuttgart, and here come the highlights of what we've seen so far.
Stars and Cars.
Champion aller Zeiten, Pascal Wehrlein. Da haben wir unsere Champions mit den Pokalen. Formel 1 Weltmeister Lewis Hamilton. Der Vize-Weltmeister.
Jawohl, es hat auch funktioniert, wenn man sich einfach hinstellt und sagt, stopp, es funktioniert, ich bin begeistert. Und jetzt erstmal zu euch beiden. Wie ist
hybrid drive with 290 HP. There is just one of this car. Of course, the convertible, we have some more of them. And in 2015, we had 6 absolutely gigantic winners in Formula 1. Of course, the driver's title, but we also clinched the constructor's title. The driver's title, of course, with 1 and 2. In DTM, we clinched the driver's title and the team title. And in the GT3, we clinched the European Championship title, and in the ADAC GT Team Award. It's just absolutely unbelievable. We won with 6 teams. We have 6 winners, and so we demonstrated that we have the best team, the best drivers, and the best cars, and that the best cars, of course, have the Mercedes star. Artistic jumpers and parachutists comes to us Eberhard Ginge. It's he's had thousands of parachute jumps, and he did a brilliant job. Welcome at the Stars and Cars stage, Eberhard Ginge.
Hey, now let me tell you something. We erupting. We got the place erupting. Yeah, yeah. This is the mood we're wanting. Everybody feeling something. We got the place erupting, erupting. Street lights keep that glow. Keep down road. In my bone.
Frauenpower!
Women
David,
power.
David Coulthard.
David
Hello.
Coulthard.
You've been to a Christmas party yesterday from Boss. How was it?
It was fantastic. It was my preparation for the celebration we have here. So first of all, we do the track, and then we do the party.
This is much better.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure.
For sure. For sure. Wunderbar. Max, was sagst du?
Max, what do you say? Shall we try to start another Mexican wave? Yes, of course, we're going to do that. Okay, so we're going to start here. 3, 2, 1, go! And round.
So if you're wondering who's behind the steering wheel, it's Toto Wolff and Niki Lauda.
And here we go then, Niki Lauda and Toto Wolff there. We can see a brilliant onboard shot of Niki Lauda. Just look at the focus and the concentration in these phenomenal cars that they're driving. Niki Lauda driving the Mercedes-Benz 500 SL Rally. And Toto Wolff in the Mercedes-Benz 450 SLC. Look at Niki Lauda. He looks oh so comfortable, and why wouldn't he? Toto Wolff, if I may be honest, looks as though he's got a little bit more anticipation. They cross over now because, of course, it is a dual circuit. One element is much quicker than the other, about 3 seconds the difference between the 2 laps, whether you're inside or outside. So, and as the graphics indicated, celebrating our most successful season ever for Mercedes-Benz. There's the car that won the ADAC GT Masters this year. In the hands of Sebastian Ash and Luca Ludwig. Here are the 2 Formula 1 cars, of course, Lewis Hamilton. What an absolute star. Was speaking to him earlier. So looking forward to this event because it fuses everything that's dear to him. Beautiful sideways driving there. The cars being paraded around in the arena. So there is the BKK Zakspeed car that I was mentioning. The number 1 Mercedes there. And you'll also see the Formula 3 championship winning car powered by Mercedes-Benz. There it is, the car of Felix Rosenqvist, which took the FIA Formula 3 International Championship this year.
We'll answer it for you once again.
I'll be discussing with Lewis which way we have to drive.
And do you know by now?
No. No.
Also wir haben natürlich einen Rennleiter und wir haben natürlich auch ganz viele Fachleute, die euch
someone who's responsible for the race.
You can see the lights thrown to the top of the screen for you. This is Lewis Hamilton versus Mika Häkkinen, and we're away and racing. Very interesting to see which different lines are taken by these drivers. Lewis Hamilton with such a phenomenal year this year, much like last, to be honest. So successful. Now do bear in mind that the 2 tracks offer different speeds and different lengths, and therefore what you see isn't necessarily the way it's going to end up, because the outer track is quicker than the inner, which is why the cars have to swap. 4 laps in total. Each driver gets 2 laps on each part of the circuit. So we put the screen there, and at the moment Hamilton is the quickest, 42.269. 42.838 at the moment, so Mika Häkkinen then with a 5/10 gap. Lewis Hamilton is reigning supreme at the moment. Now, I'm sure Mika Häkkinen was lulling you into a false sense of security when he was interviewed by Heiko Wasser. He knows exactly what he needs to do out there on track. Let him kid you not. Getting oh so close to the wall and oh so close to the barriers as well. And Lewis Hamilton takes it by a margin of some 1.3 seconds in the end. First blood then to Lewis Hamilton, total time 39.547. Mika Häkkinen 40.293.
Lewis won. What do you say?
It was amazing. It was such a great fun, you know. Yeah. Yeah, good fun, you know. But gentleman is gentleman.
Yeah, congratulations, but that was pretty tight, wasn't it? Did you think it would be that tight?
Oh my God, it was really good fun. And such a privilege to be racing up against Mika, you know, a complete legend in the sport.
Yeah, absolutely. And so you're looking forward to the next round then?
I am. Yeah, I wasn't expecting that. So.
Are you serious?
He said he'd been training.
Well, you were training.
I had to practice more, you know. He's a 3-time world champion, only twice.
Stand by, here comes the All Scotland round. It's Paul di Resta versus David Coulthard. Both of them getting a blistering start in these phenomenal Mercedes-AMG A45 4MATIC cars. 2000cc 4-cylinder potent machine. These are the first AMG high-performance car in the compact class. They look and sound absolutely brilliant, and they're being driven by two utter stars, Paul di Resta and David Coulthard. David Coulthard, of course, following his Formula One successes, moved into the DTM, and Paul di Resta has done exactly the same, although from DTM, Paul di Resta went to Formula One. And now he's back again. Cars absolutely side by side as they cross the timing line. But di Resta just shades it. So the sound of the tyres squealing around this circuit. There's 3 seconds difference in the circuit. So the crossover made successfully. So Paul di Resta then. And David Coulthard out there on track in this next run. Oh! And just one of the marker posts gone there. Oh, and that is the closest so far. Just 1/10 between them.
Fahren ja gleich noch mal eine Runde, auf jeden Fall. Der Bernd Mailänder ist so nett und nimmt uns mit, fährt hoffentlich ein bisschen langsam, damit wir wirklich über alle Ecken dann auch reden können. Aber auf jeden Fall, genau, wir gehen jetzt mal nach draußen schon mal, weil in der Jacke ist das hier drin ganz schön heiß. Hätte ich nicht gedacht, dass ich das heute noch mal sage. Aber ganz schön mollig warm. So, jetzt sind wir wieder draußen und wir gehen einfach mal hier runter. Und zwar, jetzt muss ich mal fragen, also normalerweise ist ja wie gesagt Gras drunter, wissen wir, im Fußballstadion. Wie muss ich mir das vorstellen? Achtung, der Bernd kommt gerade. Wie muss ich mir das, Achtung, Auto direkt da. Wie muss ich mir das vorstellen? Was ist hier genau drunter noch?
Also zuerst wurde das Gras abgedeckt mit Metallplatten, mit Aluplatten, großen
Stars and cars. You're used to all of the photographs. So let's have another photo session while we see the safety car deployed on the track. And we're looking forward to the next races. Now we'll have our AMG 45 4MATIC with 250 kilometers per hour top speed. And now at the end of our photo session, we'll see the next cars on stage. And now Daniel Juncadella and Lucas Auer will be in the next race. And I can tell you that they are having fun here, the drivers on stage and everyone who's here. Jenny asked us whether afterwards at the party some of the drivers want to sing a song with her, so we'll have a lot of fun here. And yes, it's close to Christmas now, so perhaps you should tell us about your wishes. Who would you like to sing with? I would like to sing a song with Toto Wolff and Lewis Hamilton this evening. I think Toto will agree to sing, but I'm not so sure about Lewis. Toto, you want to sing a song later on with Jenny? Well, let's see how the evening progresses. Now we're looking forward to the next duel. Daniel and Lucas, they will compete now. They enter their cars. They will be buckled up, and now we'll have some time to watch 1 or 2 movies.
Hilft uns in vielen performancekritischen Bereichen.
So preparations underway for the next competitive event. So whilst movies show here in the stadium, Danny Juncadella.
Lucas Auer in the black car and Daniel Juncadella, our man from Spain, in the blue-white car, the A45. And our man, our commentator, is Richie Reichert, and he will now take over from me.
So as Heiko has said, it's Daniel Juncadella then in the white car and Lucas Auer in the black Mercedes AMG A45 4MATIC. These two DTM racers, both of course former Formula 3 stars in their own right, and now elevated to programs in the DTM. Lucas Auer, nephew of Gerhard Berger. Daniel Juncadella, as Heiko mentioned, Spanish. So Juncadella on the inside line, Lucas Auer on the outside. Real battle of the DTM stars to come in this round of 16. We get a green flag from the marshal there. All eyes once again on the gantry, which contains the lights, which we throw to the top of the screen right now. So you can see the start between the two of these. Who's going to get the best start? Marginally, it was Lucas Auer, I believe. So Lucas Auer then in the black car has the quicker part of the track initially. Daniel Juncadella, DTM start on the inside to begin with. Lucas Auer has done the crossover. I would say anecdotally that if Auer can nail around the Mercedes star, well, could be on terms here, but first lap done. So Daniel Juncadella then, who has the margin at the moment. Daniel Juncadella driving the white AMG A45 4MATIC and really now beginning to cut a swathe. Lucas Auer, who you'll recall if you follow DTM, took his maiden pole position at the Nürburgring round of DTM earlier this year, but the victory, I think, is going to go the way of Daniel Juncadella as they head towards the line now and take the checkered flag. It is Juncadella that takes it from Lucas Auer. So Juncadella goes through. Lucas Auer, 2.4 second deficit. Juncadella is the winner. So on their slowing down lap now, they will parade around the stadium once more in these awesome cars. And there you can see Daniel Juncadella victorious, a 1:22.329 total time. And Lucas Auer some 2.4 seconds behind that.
And we're looking forward to the next head-to-head battle, a battle of, well, generations, or not very really generations, but legends. Mr. Gary Paffett will now enter the blue car, the defending champion of the season 2005, and the three-time runner-up champion of the DTM. And in the white car, we will see the five-time DTM champion, Bernd Schneider. We will see some short movies, and then we'll continue with the next race.
So the next round of the Stars and Cars competition.
So they are in the formation lap now, and our commentator is still on his chair in the booth. And I think you're also looking forward to this because you commented Gary Paffett on the DTM tracks a lot, and Ben Schneider, of course, is a legend too.
So Gary Paffett and Bert Schneider, two legends of DTM, go head-to-head as Stars and Cars continues here. The celebration of Mercedes-Benz successful 2015 season, the most successful ever for Mercedes-Benz, and Bert Schneider, the most successful ever in DTM, up against the star that is Gary Paffett. And who will it be that takes the victory here as the lights once again are ready to go out? And it is Schneider and Paffett head-to-head. Gary Paffett in the blue car, Bernd Schneider then in the white machine. So Bernd Schneider having the advantage straight off of having the smoother and faster circuit. Around about 3 seconds the time difference between the two circuits. Schneider makes the crossover. Here comes Gary Paffett now driving the blue Allianz liveried machine. Gary Paffett, of course, stalwart DTM star for Mercedes-Benz and former champion, of course. And still more championships in him, that's for sure. Gary Paffett then on the outside now. Bernd Schneider on the in, Gary Paffett on the quicker outside. At the moment, Schneider is edging it, but still 2 laps to be done, or a lap and a bit now. Here comes Gary Paffett, who'll go for the crossover this time in the Allianz liveried machine. And I think anecdotally it looks like Paffett could be ahead now if he can really nail around this start. Schneider gets his foot down, and Bernd Schneider it is that's going to look victorious here, because I don't think the time can be made up by Gary Paffett. And it is Bernd Schneider that goes through with 9/10 over Gary Paffett, proving that you can't read into each and every individual lap here who is going to be victorious. So the legend that is Bernd Schneider goes through, and Gary Paffett, the Brit star, is out. See the wheels being lifted in replay there on the Bernd Schneider car, who gave it everything he could. And there, as they cross the timing line, Bernd Schneider victorious.
Absolutely, it was an amazing race. And if you're wondering how we defined the pairings, of course, the Lewis Hamilton and Nico Rosberg as the Formula One drivers, and also the other regular drivers are from the DTM, they were seated. And then we had a fan voting, so the fans could decide who they would like to see at the steering wheel. So we have David Coulthard, Mika Häkkinen, Joe Alesi, and others, and also Mick Schumacher, who will soon be here and racing too. But now Mr. Perret and Mr. Schneider are with Verena. Yes, congratulations, Bernd. You won the race. It was a tough one, but it was also a lot of fun, right? I knew that I could not make a mistake because he just knows how to drive in DTM, but I know our cars very well, so I had a small advantage.
He had a little advantage because he knows the AMG cars very, very well. Do you think that was maybe the reason why he made it?
Maybe. I mean, he's driven these cars a bit more than me, but I didn't make a great start and he got a bit of a jump, so yeah, he was quicker. Yeah, he won. He deserved it.
But all in all, it was good fun, right, Gary?
Yeah, but I've got to go home now. So.
Yeah, but you can watch.
Fun. It's great fun, and it's great to see so many people here. I mean, the support is amazing. Thank you, guys. So.
Okay. So, und damit dir viel Erfolg für die nächste
So,
Runde.
for you, all the best for the next round. Now back to you, Heiko. Now we'll see a very interesting race. Bernd Mailander against Robert Wickens. And, well, Bernd Mailander, everyone thinks he's just a safety car driver and we cannot overtake him. But here you are allowed to overtake him. And what most of you don't know or forget is that before he was a safety car driver, he had a very successful career as a racing driver, also on long-distance routes, for instance. And we are looking forward to this race, and he actually is loved by the crowd because he was selected to be in the round of 16. So we're looking forward to their race against Robert Wickens, commented by Peter Reichert.
Okay, so the next round then features Robert Wickens and, of course, the Formula One safety car driver Bernd Mailander. Joining me up here in the comms booth, hot foot from being down there on parade earlier on, the FIA Formula 3 European champion, and that is Felix Rosenqvist. Felix, I bet you're gutted you're not actually out there driving, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit frustrating to watch them have fun. I was actually in the voting to do the race, but I think I lost out with a couple of 100 votes, so that's a shame. But I mean, anyways, it's good fun to watch, actually.
Blast, only 200 votes, Felix, and you'd have been out there with them. Never mind. Okay, the next then is Bernd Mailander, who, of course, former racing star, now safety car driver, up against Robert Wickens, the Canadian DTM driver. Surely it's got to go the way of Robert Wickens, hasn't it, Felix?
Yeah, I mean, for sure one of them should be the safer driver, I think. And I don't think it's Robert, definitely.
Oh, no! Right, here we go then. Robert Wickens and Bernd Mailander together then in this next run of Stars and Cars 2015. Felix, they're saying that there's about 3 seconds difference in terms of the configuration of the track. The outer track gives you a 3-second advantage.
Yeah, it looks a bit quicker on the outside. It's a bit more high speed and you don't have to do the twitchy stuff. So yeah, you always have to wait to the end of the lap to really see where they are. It's quite confusing, actually.
Okay, well, let's hope that neither Mailander nor Wickens get too confused. We have had, it was Christian Vittoris who forgot to do the crossover, and therefore he got disqualified. So we will see. At the moment then, Robert Wickens is being beaten by Bernd Mailander by some 2/10. But we can't read too much into it yet because it can all swing the other way. So Bernd Mailander at the moment, legendary star that Bernd is, does the crossover. Here comes Robert Wickens now. Okay, so Mailander then had the lead around the Mercedes star in this arena that has been put together just for the benefit of this Stars and Cars event, this fantastic track designed by Herman Tilke as they go to the checkered flag. It is Mailander that takes it by 0.5 of a second over Robert Wickens. He's going to have big voting rights over him now, isn't he?
Yeah, he had a real desperate moment there in the last corner over the curve. I saw lucky stayed away from the cones, but yeah, it was a good stuff from Robert. Even pushed hard. Look here.
Well, that was great to watch. Bernd Mailander and Robert Wickens together then in the next round, and that was the moment in replay there that you were talking about.
Yeah,
just take a bit of curb and some, eh?
Just clunked it.
Well, there we have it. So Bernd Mailander goes through. Our thanks to Felix Rosenqvist for joining us as well as we go back down on stage now and find out what can we look forward to next.
Ja, normal übernehme ich, aber ich gebe dann auch gleich relativ schnell wieder
Yes,
weiter an
it should be my turn now, but I will then give the floor to Verena soon. She has the next 2 interview partners outside. Yes, hey! That was a really good job. Congratulations. Yes, it was very nice. At the end, I didn't see whether I was in front or not. I really have a stiff neck now, but I'm happy. I think it was close. I think I did a driving mistake in the last round.
Thank you. My last race, you know. Steifer Hals, aber heißt aber auch, du hast jetzt
Stiff
noch ein paar
neck,
Runden vor dir.
but this means.
Ne?
But of course, you now have to race some other, drive some other races. Yeah, that's not a problem.
Was it good fun anyway? I know you're ambitious, but was it good fun?
Yeah, it was a blast. I flew all the way from Canada here, and he ruins my fun in the first round. So it's great. I mean, it's all good fun. Just need to do a better job next year.
All right, then. Thank you, Robert, und zurück zu euch.
And now back to you. And I have the next driver, Mick Schumacher, and it's a great pleasure for us to have him here, and we're going to clap our hands for him. And our voters on the internet gave him most of the votes, and we're happy to have you here. And Mick, we have to say you're 16, you don't have a driving license, you've done kart races quite successfully, but usually you don't drive these vehicles. But you're still looking forward to this duel with Nico Rosberg? Yes, of course, I'm looking forward to it. You had some time to practice. So how was it like to drive in the arena for the first time? It was quite tight and I enjoyed it, and now I'm looking forward to the race. Okay, do you think you stand a chance against Nico Rosberg? Well, we're going to see. Okay, my first interview with you was fun, so we're going to see how the first race is going to be with you here, and maybe we're going to see you in RTL, a German television channel. So now the race, Mick Schumacher versus Nico Rosberg. Nico Rosberg in the white car. We still have some time because Mick has to be strapped in, and maybe we can take a look at this. Nico, you're in a good mood, right? Okay. Of course, you have won 3 races in a row. You want to continue? Yes, of course, I would like to continue this. But first of all, some more advertisement.
Next up then, this is one we've been so looking forward to. Having been voted in to this contest, Mick Schumacher, star of the ADAC Formula 4, and Nico Rosberg. These two together. Mick Schumacher is in the blue car, Nico Rosberg in the white car. So Mick Schumacher then making his way into his grid box right now. Nico Rosberg white, Mick Schumacher blue. Where is this going to go? The young snapper, 16-year-old Mick Schumacher, been victorious in ADAC Formula 4 this year. What a career he has got ahead of him. Bear in mind, it's his first year of racing out of karts. What will he do up against the seasoned star that is Nico Rosberg? Well, I would have said that Rosberg got the slightly better start then than Mick Schumacher, but Mick is made of stern stuff, and he's certainly not going to be frightened because he's on the faster part of the track to begin with here. It's whether Rosberg can keep it neat and tidy through the twisty section. Mick Schumacher makes the crossover. The margin between them, well, it was just under 3 seconds, which would lend us to suggest that Rosberg should have this. It depends how quick Mick Schumacher is, and we can see him on screen now. Gary Paffett and Pascal Wehrlein and Toto Wolff look on as well. There we can see Nico Rosberg crossing the timing line now. So the deficit to Rosberg, some 1.6 seconds from Mick Schumacher, who's got, of course, another lap on this inner part of the circuit, which is where Rosberg should take the advantage. He takes the crossover now, does Rosberg. You can see it there. And here comes Mick Schumacher. My money, it looks like this is going to go the way of Nico Rosberg. Mick Schumacher putting up a stern defence, though, doing his level best. He's on the faster part of the circuit, but I don't think he's going to be quite quick enough, or is he? He's carrying a lot of speed around the penultimate turn. Rosberg brakes now for the final turn, and it is going to be Rosberg, I think, that takes it from Mick Schumacher. A 1.8 second advantage to Nico Rosberg, so sadly, we don't get to see Mick Schumacher in the next round, but a very, very valiant effort indeed from the 16-year-old. Brilliant showing from him, and an even better showing from Nico Rosberg, who is victorious. Let's see it in replay here. This is Nico Rosberg giving that Mercedes AMG A45 4MATIC absolutely everything, and so too, to be fair, did Mick Schumacher. The understeer is carrying through there, so he just piles the power on. These cars capable of 250 kilometers per hour and 0 to 60 in just 4.2 seconds. There was the final turn, and it's Rosberg that takes it over Mick Schumacher. So the drivers will be interviewed by Verena in just a few moments' time. There they go, making their way out of the tunnel here of this arena at Stuttgart.
And I'm standing next to Lewis Hamilton.
Is it interesting to watch the others? Does that help for the next round, for the next stage?
No, but it's great to see all these great drivers in different driving styles, different lines. And Nico was very quick. He actually lost probably a little bit of time there, so he would have been even quicker. So Nico's going to be hard to beat.
Ja, der wird schwer zu schlagen sein.
Well, he's going to be difficult
to race between you and Nico, but now we want to hear about Nico and Mick Schumacher. Verena, bitte. Verena hat Mick.
Verena?
So Mick, also man muss
Mick
wirklich
and
sagen,
Nick. Okay. So Mick, you've done a good race. Did you enjoy it? Yes, of course. It was great fun. It was an honor for me to participate in this race, and I would like to thank the fans for supporting me. I just heard that you were sort of overwhelmed by this huge vote from the fans. Yeah, so I would like to thank them once again. It was a pleasure to have you here, Mick. And Nico is giving an interview for Sport 1, and I would like to give back to you. And now we have finished the round of 16, and we have already summarized the first 4 races. And those of you who maybe got themselves a beer or something to eat, so we have Daniel Giocarera, Bernd Mailänder, and also Nico Rosberg. So this is the structure for the next round. Lewis Hamilton, Markus Götz, and we also have Bernd Schneider, and Nico Rosberg is competing with Bernd Mailänder. And now back from the safety cars to some other nice vehicles. The safety car is always silver. That's probably the only thing they have in common. They are great cars. So we're going to see now historic vehicles, the best vehicles in the world, I think. I always wanted to have them. It's the W196S and the W196. And we're going to look forward to a show run with these vintage cars.
Up next then, this phenomenal show event, which continues here at Stars and Cars. So Sterling Moss and Hans Hermann together in the Mercedes-Benz W196S 300 SLR. And Susie Wolff in the Mercedes-Benz W196R. These cars being paraded behind the safety car. And, well, Sir Sterling Moss looking absolutely fantastic in the 722 car. And Susie Wolff enjoying her drive behind the wheel of the W196R as well. So Sterling Moss, 86 years young, the legendary English racing driver. Most successful second best champion. Moss was 4 times second in the championship, but never first, of course. Hans Hermann alongside him. And Susie Wolff, of course, very sadly announcing her retirement from competitive motorsport this year, of course, in DTM in her own right, and often development driver for Williams. Also raced in Formula Ford and Formula Renault and Formula 3 as well, and was, as I say, a test driver for the Williams Formula 1 team. She was the first female Mercedes driver of the new DTM, if you like, after its restart in 2000. A number of top 10 results, and it's just absolutely wonderful to see those cars out on track. The W196R, which was the Mercedes Formula 1 vehicle of 54-55, and dominated Formula 1 like in 2014 and 2015. Juan Manuel Fangio won the World Championship, of course, 2 times in a row, and Susie Wolff there in that car, the Mercedes-Benz W196S 300 SLR. It's Sterling Moss and Hans
And
Hermann.
we're going to do that, but usually we say ladies first, but in this case we have legends first. Hans Hermann and Sir Sterling Moss.
If you want to sit, you sit. If you want to get out, you get out. Wenn ihr aussteigen wollt, kommt
If you
raus.
want to get out, you can do so. What do you want? You want to get out? 86, 87 years of age, 2 real legends. And I think if they get up from their seats, I would like to ask the audience to get up as well. Hans Hermann, Sir Sterling Moss. 4 times a runner-up champion, Sir Sterling Moss. And he is seen as the person that has won the most run-up titles.
And we have done this several times before at Stars and Cars. How much fun is it for you still to sit in your old body, in your old car, which you loved and which you had for so many successful years?
I can tell you that was the most frightening drive I've ever had in my life. This car is worth, you know, millions, and to drive just that little way, but behind another car was really frightening. But it's wonderful to be here to see all these enthusiasts, and I'd like to congratulate Mercedes-Benz on still building the finest car in the world.
Thank you very much. Ich fasse das ganz kurz
Okay,
zusammen.
I'm going to summarize this. He congratulates Mercedes for building the best cars in the world. And with this car, with which he won his most important successes, he said it was the most frightening drive of his life because he was so afraid to drive this car because the car is worth millions. And he was really afraid of damaging it, but Hans Hermann was with him to calm him down. So thank you very much. Please clap your hands for Sir Sterling Moss and Hans Hermann. And now we are going to see, so to say, the sister vehicle of the first car that we just saw. Here we have Susie Wolff. And we need a little bit space at the interview table. And I think the sound is just spectacular. Hans Hermann, Sir Sterling Moss, and the W196R is being pushed off the stage, and Susie is going to join me. Susie Wolff, we all know her from DTM, but we also know her as a test driver for Williams, but we also know her as a colleague for various TV stations, working there as a commentator, and we were happy to see her there. Susie, that was quite an exciting year for you, wasn't it? Yes, it was a great year, and I have decided to no longer continue motorsports, but still it was really fun to drive such an old car. It was a spectacular year for you, as we said, and it was also a very important year for you because you have officially ended your motorsports career, and we're going to take a look back because in the museums of Mercedes-Benz we have great cars. In the archive of Mercedes-Benz there were hundreds of hours of impressive pictures from all different races in the world, and we have some from you as well. Susie Wolff, the life of a racing driver. Susie? Totally overwhelmed by these pictures, and now we're going to hear some words from Nico Rosberg, and we have Lewis with us here.
Flowers for the lady, für die schnellste Frau der DTM.
Flowers for the fastest woman in DTM, and for a very, very nice woman. So the motorsports moments are over, but not your career at Mercedes, because there's something new, a project called Dienst for Mercedes. So you are more than a brand ambassador, and you're going to use that ad as a platform to win over more women for Mercedes. Was that the right summary? Yes, you've done a good job in summarizing this, and I'm really looking forward to this, because I really enjoyed my motorsports career, and I would like to thank Mercedes-Benz, because they've given me my first opportunity, and I'm really looking forward to the new challenges. Okay, so when you get flowers from Mercedes, you are held in high esteem, but you still have to continue the good work. So we wish you all the best. So please clap your hands for Susie Wolf. Thank you very much for so many great moments. And when you clap your hands for Susie Wolf, we also clap our hands for the gentlemen or the band that have done a very good job at playing their music early on, Buntform, and now Culture Candela. Here we go.
Wo sind die Ladies hier im Haus? Nur für euch. Sie ist ein Berlin City Girl. Sie ist ein Berlin City Girl. Sie ist ein Berlin City Girl. Und sie weiß, dass ihr die Welt gehört. Yeah, sie ist so frech, so laut, so cool. Haut dich sofort vor die Schuhe. So kennst du dreist, so fly. So verdammt elegant und heiß. Ne Killerbraut, Ratscha, so sahnhaft, smart mit ne Hammerart. Sie sagt auch gern, Chance wird. Du bestellst 10 Drinks und sie haut sie weg. Große Klappen, viel dahinter. Schmeckt wie der Sommer, ist cool wie der Winter. Wat ne Wucht, sieht auch blinder. Du siehst sie und du weißt, ich bin Kinder. Sie ist die Axt im Wald, so Bombe, das ist Knall. Sie läuft durch den Kiez und du bist lächerlich. Sie ist ein Berlin City Girl. Alle Hände. Sie ist ein Berlin City Girl. Sie ist ein Berlin City Girl. Und sie weiß, dass ihr die Welt gehört. Ja, sie rockt, sie hat die Hosen an. Bauchkämmern mit 2 Meter Oberarm. Sie liebt Currywurst, heiß und Mittel. Und scheiß drauf sind die High Heels dreckig. Feuerzeug, Bierflaschen, wie du deine dann aufkriegst, ihr lachen. Und der Grund, warum ich sie doppelt mag, ist, weil sie manchmal so süß auch versagt. Und so eine Braut würde jeder warten. Bring Cash raus mit, schick ihr Schrebergarten. Schick gemacht, Sektbulle in der Hand. 13 Uhr, so geht's in die Brunch. Die Nacht ist live zum Trend. 3000 Facebook-Fans. Sie läuft durch den Kiez und du bist ein Schatten. Sie ist ein Berlin City Girl. Sie ist ein Berlin City Girl. Sie ist ein Berlin City Girl. Und sie weiß, dass ihr die Welt gehört. Sie ist ein Berlin City Girl. City Girl. Sie ist ein Berlin City Girl. Und sie weiß, und sie weiß, und sie weiß, dass ihr die Welt gehört. Jungs, es gibt nur schöne Frauen hier heute Abend in Stuttgart. Hab ich recht? Zeigt den Ladies, wie gut ihr sie findet. Gebt ihnen ein paar Drinks aus. Oder ein bisschen Popcorn. Oder eine Wurst. Und Ladies, zeigt den Jungs bitte ein bisschen, wie man tanzt. Lass uns alle zusammen Spaß haben. Stuttgart, seid ihr dabei? Come on, let's go. Ob Ost, ob West, ob Nord, ob Süd, wir wollen euch hören. Alle City Girls, wo sind die Hamburg City Girls? Wo sind die München City Girls? Wo sind unsere Kölner City Girls? Und die Frankfurt City Girls? Wir lieben unsere Stuttgart City Girls. Wir lieben unsere Dortmund City Girls. Wo sind unsere Düsseldorf City Girls? Nochmal. girls. All the city girls, 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 girls. Come on! La noche entera.
Stuttgart, mach mal Lärm für die Ladies! Ben und Miri! Yes! Okay! Yeah! Ah! Yeah! Schöne Frauen, schöne da, schöne hier. Zeig mir schöne Frauen, ich muss hyperventilieren. Wie sie mich entzücken, um den Finger winkeln. Mit den Augen blinzeln, mit dem Hintern winkeln. Ich bekomm zu viel, wenn ich durch die Straßen laufe. Schöne Frauen überall, Hilfe, ich ersaufe. Große Klappe, willensstark, süßes Lächeln, Herzinfarkt. Weiche Beine, Stottertotter, wenn man nach dem Namen fragt. Es gibt nicht nur eine, es gibt 100.000. Was sehen meine Augen? Ich fall ab vom Glauben. Ohne euch wäre das ganze Leben viel zu mies. Schöne Frauen, ich bin im Paradies. Schöne Frauen, wir kommen mit Rosen an. Schöne Frauen, wollen ins gelobte Land. Schöne Frauen, doch sie haben die Hosen an. Schöne Frauen machen Schnips, Männer machen Sinn. Schöne Frauen, wo sind die Hände? Schöne Frauen, schöne Frauen, schöne Frauen machen Schnips, Männer machen Sinn. Ich bin nur am Links-Recht vor lauter Hornbär. Wenn sie ihre Reize ausspielen, fliegt ein Kopf. Wissen, wie wir ticken, sind gerissen, setzen ihre Waffen ein. Wir gehen ihnen zu gern auf den Leim, denn mit einer schönen Frau im Arm ist die Welt im Futter. Die duften nach Sommer, schmecken wie Zucker. Schauen sie dich an und machen klar, worauf sie Bock haben. Läuft der Adrenalin, Pegel über in der Blutbahn.
Mujeres lindas hay en todo lado. Cada mujer te tiene su encanto. Cada princesa tiene su palacio. En algún corazón tiene su espacio. Falta que le abran la puerta de él. Falta que la hagan seguir a comer. Marta, Ariana, Sofía o Ana. Rita, Patricio, María, Joana.
Schöne Frauen, wir kommen mit Rosen an.
Schöne Frauen,
wollen ins gelobte Land.
Schöne Frauen,
doch sie haben die Hosen an. Schöne Frauen machen Schnips, Männer machen Sinn. Schöne Frauen, schöne Frauen, schöne Frauen, schöne Frauen, schöne Frauen machen Schnips, Männer machen Sinn. Schöne Frauen.
Stuttgart, wo sind die Hände? Komm on!
Egal ob Pampel oder Gazelle, sie sitzen immer am längeren Hebel. Du bist der Hengst, sie haben die Zügel in der Hand, in der Hand, in der Hand. Egal ob Pampel oder Gazelle, sie sitzen immer am längeren Hebel. Du bist der Hengst, sie haben die Zügel in der Hand, in der Hand, in der Hand. Schöne Frauen.
Ladies, put your hands in the air. Come on,
schöne Frauen. Schöne Frauen. Schöne Frauen machen Schnips, Männer machen Sinn. Schöne Frauen. Wo sind die Ladies in Stuttgart? Stuttgart City Girls. Okay. Stuttgart. Ihr macht die schönsten Autos der Welt. Und was passt am besten zu heißen Karren? Hip-Hop! Yeah. Wer hat Bock auf Hip-Hop-Music? Okay.
Back to the old school.
Aha. Ah, yeah. Wo sind die Hände? Wo sind die Hände? Wo sind die Hände? you can tell. Come on. Just throw your hands in the air. Come on. Wave them like you just don't care. Everybody. Just throw your hands in the air. Wave them like you just don't care. Hier kommt die 7, die 6, die 4 Berliner. Wir sind bekannt für Hits mit da und andere flache Lieder. Hammer Monster und so. Was kommt das nächste, Chica? Nee, den hatten wir schon. Du schaust so selten Kicker. Der Pop zu schlechte Sänger. Wir rappen zu schlechte Rapper. Dann halt Ethno-Boy-Band. Verkauft sich viel besser. Und penetrant, gut gelaunt wie die Teletubbies. Posten Service von schlecht tätowierten Buddies. 25 offiziell, doch wir sind schon älter. Die meisten unserer Fans kommen in Begleitung ihrer Eltern. Dauernde Fadenkreuz der Hipster, Polizei. Okay, wir sind nicht viel, doch wir haben Spaß dabei. Wir sind scheiße, aber happy. Der Ruf ist ruiniert. Wir sind scheiße, aber happy. Haben nichts mehr zu verlieren. Wir sind scheiße, aber happy. Gelaunt, aber wack. Wir sind scheiße, aber happy. Doch wär schon perfekt. Wir sind scheiße, aber happy. Der Ruf ist ruiniert. Wir sind scheiße, aber happy. Haben nichts mehr zu verlieren. Wir sind scheiße, aber happy. Gelaunt, aber wack. Wir sind scheiße, aber happy. Doch wär schon perfekt. Come on! Oh, put your motherfucking hands in the air. Oh, alle Hände. Put your hands. Come on, bounce. Come on, bounce. Come on, bounce. Stuttgart, wir sagen Scheiße, aber ihr sagt happy. Scheiße, aber happy. Scheiße, aber happy. Wir sagen Scheiße, aber ihr sagt happy. Scheiße, aber happy. Scheiße, aber happy. Am Anfang waren wir noch okay und hatten viel zu sagen. Doch niemand wollte es hören, der hat das Schwachsinn angefangen. Fernseher am Ballermann, RTL, Big Brother. Soundtrack was Dinge kennt, die ersten, die sich selbst covern. Und DSDS wie Materia. Und Bush, Doobie-Doo, schick uns seine Terrier. Keiner will uns featuren, wir sind nicht real genug. Campino und die anderen machen Band Aid ohne uns. Von Fist und geliebt, von Kritikern gehasst. 3 Jahre lang kein Lied und trotzdem bin ich das. Wir feiern unsere Outfits, außer bei Hungry Eyes. Kennst du nicht? Egal, wir hatten Spaß dabei. Scheiße, say what? Aber happy. Come on. Richtig scheiße, aber happy. Wir sind scheiße, aber happy. So richtig scheiße, so richtig scheiße. Oh, scheiß mal auf Platin und noch ne Nummer 1. Erfolg immer gern, aber nicht um jeden Preis. Mucke für die Homies, mein Fall wie etwas Cash. Früher war der größte Traum ein Aufnehmen auf dem Flash. Meetings, Marketing und der ganze Mist ohne Witz. Bei uns am ersten Hits war sind einen weiten Weg gegangen, Schritt für Schritt, Hammer für die Ewigkeit, wir bereuen nichts. Wir sind scheiße, aber happy. Der Ruf ist ruiniert. Wir sind scheiße, aber happy. Wir haben nichts mehr zu verlieren. Wir sind scheiße, aber happy. Gut gelaunt, aber wir sind scheiße, aber happy. Doch wer ist schon perfekt? Stuttgart, ihr seid der Hammer, danke!
So, Culture Candela once again.
Where I'm usually not supposed to be, at the heart of the racetrack. And now we're going to have the pit stop competition. We have DTM champions. So the guys standing around me, they made sure that Pascal Wehrlein did not only get all those points, but also other very important challenges that he won. So this is the DTM Champions crew, and next to that we have the guys from Mercedes, AMG Petronas, and this is the car Nico Rosberg.
So then the pit stop competition there in between.
And now it's the competition. It's the DTM team against the Formula 1 team. Nico Rosberg with Formula 1 versus Pascal from the DTM team. And now we're going to see who has the fastest pit stop.
Here we go then, Pascal Wehrlein versus Nico Rosberg.
Okay, so they've both arrived.
Wow.
Wow.
Das war mal richtig schnell.
That was very fast and very loud, by the way, as well.
Jetzt haben wir nur ein kleines,
Now
klitzekleines technisches
we
Problem.
have a little
Der
technical
Transponder
problem.
bei der Zeitnahme
That
am Formel 1 Auto hat
transponder,
nicht gearbeitet.
one of the transponders
Wir
did not
machen
work.
Nonstop.
Okay, once again.
can see, at the moment, we don't have a clock. There's Pascal Wehrlein's car into the box, and a supreme stop by the team, as we've seen on many occasions.
Boys, jetzt gucken mich hier die Jungs aus
Okay,
England.
so the guys from England, look at me with big eyes.
The transponder of the F1 team, therefore we didn't have a timing. Aber weil wir alle eine große
But
Mercedes-Familie sind,
as we're all a
sagen
big
wir schlicht und
Mercedes
ergreifend,
family,
der
we say
Wettbewerb
that
zwischen DTM und
the
Formel 1
competition between DTM and
ging friedlich unentschieden
F1
aus. Großer Applaus für
is
unsere
won by
Mechaniker vom
both teams. So we clap our hands for both teams, for the guys from England and for our team.
Thank you very much for coming, and by the way, it's a pleasure to have you here. You are also part of Stars in Cars, and you are also part of the Constructors World Cup winning team, Mercedes AMG Petronas. We are very happy to have you here. So once again, thank you very much. Ich habe jetzt noch mal den Jungs gratuliert.
And now I just congratulated the boys, and I think Ellen Lohr is coming to me. Ellen Lohr, it's nice to see you here. Am I allowed to join you on the new S500? Okay, just get in and feel comfortable. Thank you, Ellen. But I'm afraid you have not adjusted the seat to my height. Okay, so with regard to the pit stop, theoretically, so in training, the Formula 1 team was able to do that in 1.57 seconds, and the fastest pit stop of the last season was 1.994 in Spa, so 2 seconds in which the DTM team was able to have the fastest pit stop in 2.3 seconds. Ellen, I'm not wearing a safety belt, but I trust you. Who am I to trust if I don't trust Ellen Lohr, another DTM legend from Mercedes? I think Keke would like to drive with you. You beat him, and now you drive me up to the stage, and then I hope people tell me how we're going to proceed. We are about to start the round of the last 8, and thank you, Ellen Lohr, first of all. And of course, it is not going to be the A-Class that we're going to use now, but we're going to use some other vehicles that we have, of course, not only branded and painted for this new race. We have the 6-point safety belts, the rollover bars and so on, but they are using the normal tires, but I think that's the only part that is the same as on the other cars on the road. So take a look at it now. These are the cars for the next race.
So you can see that onboard shot then of the cars that are going to be used in the competition quarterfinals, the Mercedes-AMG C63S. Here are the cars on stage.
So let's get started with the first 2 competitors and those who were the first to drive in the round of 16 now have to go first.
But now, unfortunately, you get in this one because we have a perfect insurance on this car. It's one of the biggest competitors in insurance. Haha, jetzt hat gemerkt, normalerweise sind schwarz und rot seine
Farben. He realized that actually red and black are his colors, but he now said, well, Alliance is very, very fast, so I'm happy with the new car. Maximilian Goetz. Well, competing against the Formula 1 champion and the Stars and Cars quarterfinal, are you more nervous than in DTM? Actually, I really am nervous, but I've talked to him just now. We've known each other for 15 years. We started together in karting, and we also competed at against each other in Formula 3, and so we still want to battle each other, and we're looking forward to a great show. Yes, of course, you now have to get into the car. We don't have too much time now, because we are not only here with the 36,000 people in the stadium, but we also have the TV channel Sport 1 here. They broadcast live, and some other countries also film live, and this is why we sometimes speak English too. So we are under a bit of time pressure, and this is why we have to start the race soon. But now we'll take a look at 2 or 3 movies first.
So Lewis Hamilton being belted into the Mercedes-AMG C63S, and there you can see Maximilian Goertz, DTM star, former ADAC GT Masters champion. As Max Goertz was saying, he and Lewis, of course, started their careers together and have raced together and know each other well, and Lewis being put into the awesome, powerful C63S Mercedes-AMG. What a car that is. 8 cylinders. Top speed of 250 kilometers per hour, which is electronically limited. With the AMG driver's pack, the car is capable of 290 kilometers per hour and 0 to 100 in 4 seconds. Incredible machines, and they sound absolutely brilliant, and they'll sound brilliant with these two drivers at the wheel as well. It's Maximilian Goertz versus Lewis Hamilton in our first quarter final that we're about to see. We're live across the world for Stars and Cars 2015 from Mercedes-Benz, the celebration of an utterly awesome season in 2015. The most successful season ever for Mercedes-Benz, and quarterfinals about to get underway. So Lewis Hamilton in the blue Allianz liveried machine.
So, wir haben die Chance genutzt, 2, 3 kleine
We used the
Filmchen.
opportunity for 2 or 3 movies because we had a technical problem with the transponders again. So the small devices that take the times, of course, they need to work. So we changed them, or replaced them, thanks to the technical team and the sponsors who presented the movies to us. Now let's get started with the first quarter final and the nice voice of my colleague Richie.
Here we go then, Lewis Hamilton in the blue car, Maximilian Goertz in the black machine. And these two drivers will give it absolutely everything they can. Lewis Hamilton, of course, comes here to Stars and Cars following a phenomenally successful year once again in 2015. Maximilian Goertz, now Mercedes driver in the DTM. These AMG C63S cars sound absolutely wonderful. Maximilian Goertz lights up the back end of the car then as he approaches the grid box. It's Lewis Hamilton on the inside, Maximilian Goertz on the outside in the C63Ss as we reach the quarter-final stages of the Stars and Cars. Who will lift the Stars and Cars Championship trophy? We get the green from the marshal. We'll throw the lights to the top of the screen for you. And we are about to get the first of these quarterfinals underway. 3 red lights, 4. Now we have 5. Stand by for the lights out, and we are away and racing. It was neck and neck at the start, absolutely. Oh, and very, very tail happy there, Maximilian Goertz. That may have cost him just a couple of tenths. He really attacks the curbs. Lewis Hamilton seemingly much, much smoother. This is Maximilian Goertz then in the black liveried car. And here is Lewis Hamilton. Maximilian Goertz makes the turn, or the crossover, I should say, and this is Maximilian Goertz that we're following right now. So Maxi Goertz then, was really, really looking forward to this. I was talking to him earlier, and he was so excited to be part of this Stars and Cars finale, and he certainly is losing out. The sideways nature of the back end of that car means that Lewis Hamilton has some 5 tenths advantage. Lewis Hamilton has just looked a little bit smoother and less aggressive than Maximilian Goertz. And that is paying dividends for Lewis Hamilton at the moment. 5 tenths can be made up. All it would take is one little mistake. But hey, Mr. Hamilton tends not to make mistakes. And Maximilian Goertz then on the back foot now. As Lewis Hamilton, even through the tight and twisty sections of this circuit, still looks pretty smooth and certainly determined between the two of them. Going to make the crossover. And Lewis Hamilton does take it by 8 tenths over Maximilian Goertz. So Lewis Hamilton goes through. Maximilian Goertz is defeated, but it's no mean defeat, is it? As now Lewis Hamilton does get the back end of the car out, and we see in replay just how much smoother Lewis Hamilton looked than Maximilian Goertz, and Maxi was definitely very, very aggressive and putting on a great show for us, but it was Hamilton that took the win. And this was Lewis showboating in front of the 30,000 plus fans here in the Mercedes Mercedes-Benz Arena in Stuttgart for Stars and Cars 2015. Some great onboard shots here as well.
Yes, it was quite obvious, but it was a very exciting race and it was close. So actually, it was not possible for Maximilian Götz to win. Lewis Hamilton won, and he did some nice donuts, and probably he'll tell us now how he can do this. So Verena, how
I'm not surprised to see you again.
about
to
the
be honest,
donuts?
Lewis. But quick question, what was more fun? The race or the donuts and the drifting after the race just now?
The donuts and the drifting was the best. I love drifting, you know. I'd never get to do it so much. And, you know, Maxi, I've known him for a long, long time. We raced together in Formula 3. And he's always been such a pleasant guy, such a warm, loving individual, you know. So it's been great to see him be a part of Mercedes-Benz this long, and to be able to drive with him today was really good fun.
Right, so I hope we're going to see more drifting and donuts from you in the next rounds.
I hope I get to keep going.
I'm sure. All right then, thank you und zurück zu dir, Heiko.
And back to you, Heiko. Yes, it's great to hear how the drivers are get along so well after so many years, because usually people say that they are not really friends in DTM or Formula One, but this is not true. For Lewis Hamilton just told us about the great relationship and friendship with Maximilian Götz. So it's a great family of Mercedes. They drivers respect each other, they like each other, but they also battle each other hard. So now we come to the elder statesman, the man who raced in the Formula One for many years, from Scotland, David Coulthard, against the youngest ever DTM champion, the man who clinched the largest motorsports trophy in 2015. And we saw before that Lewis Hamilton is really jealous because it's such a large trophy. So now we'll see David Coulthard against Pascal Wehrlein.
So up next then it is David Coulthard and Pascal Wehrlein. David Coulthard driving the blue Euronics liveried car, and Pascal Wehrlein in the white car, as we see Lewis Hamilton and Maximilian Götz making their way back up to the stage. So out of these two, who is it going to be? The elder statesman David Coulthard, or the young whippersnapper, the youngest ever DTM champion Pascal Wehrlein, who's driving the Hankook liveried car. And just on their warm-up laps right now, formation laps. It's going to be David Coulthard who will take the inside line, and Pascal Wehrlein on the outside. This is going to be very, very competitive between these two. David Coulthard, the Scot, and Pascal Wehrlein, as I mentioned just a moment ago, the youngest ever DTM champion. Where will we see him in 2016? Question at the moment still unanswered. So green flag from the marshal. Let's throw the lights to the top of the screen once again as these quarterfinals continue. It's Pascal Wehrlein and David Coulthard together here. We have 3 red lights. It'll be 4 and 5. Then the lights out and we will be away and racing. Slightly better start, in my opinion, from Pascal Wehrlein. David Coulthard is on the inside line, so he's got the twister tighter section initially, whereas Pascal Wehrlein has got the slightly smoother outside line. Pascal Wehrlein around the last corner. This is David Coulthard, just a little bit twitchy on the back end there, which I think is going to give Pascal Wehrlein, who's looked super smooth thus far, and we can see him there. Even around the twisty sections, Pascal Wehrlein is looking super smooth. As, well, Nico Rosberg, Lewis Hamilton, Susie Wolff all look on and watch in amazement as these two fight it out. Pascal Wehrlein in the Hankook liveried car certainly has the advantage over David Coulthard by some 8 tenths at the moment, and I think that was that rearward moment from David Coulthard which cost him just a few tenths perhaps. Wehrlein then slightly wider into that penultimate turn. So crossover is done, and so David Coulthard back onto the inside section of this track now, and Pascal Wehrlein around the outside, where of course he has the advantage. And providing he can retain that advantage, they should cross the line with, in my opinion, Pascal Wehrlein victorious. But it is going to be close, but Wehrlein does take it by 9 tenths over David Coulthard. So Pascal Wehrlein will go through to the next round of the competition, and David Coulthard, the Scot, is defeated. And Toto Wolff also looking on as we take a look at the replay. And I just think Pascal Wehrlein got this absolutely nailed in terms of smoothness, and that's what made the difference. The awesome, powerful Mercedes-AMG C63S, the 8-cylinder beauty, which sounds and looks absolutely awesome. And this was the final turn, and the checkers awaited Pascal Wehrlein, and he indeed victorious over David Coulthard. So both of them make their way out of the arena now. Verena will be catching up with them. And there we can see on the graphics confirmation that Pascal Wehrlein goes through. The DTM champion is through to the semi-finals. David Coulthard is not. So the arena looking absolutely brilliant with all the spectators in here enjoying all the action from Stars and Cars 2015 from Mercedes-Benz here at the Mercedes-Benz Arena in Stuttgart. So drivers making their way out of the cars now.
No, Heiko's not running around. I'm standing here, but I would also love to talk about football or soccer after you've now told us about the soccer results today. We now have a very nice match that we could also see in Paris next year, perhaps. But now we take a look at the groups that have been raffled out. Next year in the European Championship, we will go against Poland, against Ukraine, and Northern Ireland. In the qualification, we already played Ireland in next year, so we will now be in the group with Ireland, Northern Ireland too. So this is the group for next year in July, and on the 31st of July we will have the Grand Prix of in the Formula One in Hockenheim. So if you want to be there on 31st of July, please get your tickets now, and we'll now continue with Verena, who will also be at the Hockenheim ring next year. Yes, I'm here with Pascal and David Coulthard. You're glad, probably, that you are in the next round? Yes, of course, because usually I always lose against David on these tracks, and the problem is with him that in the evenings in the bar, he's getting faster and faster, and he told me that perhaps I should do the same. Perhaps this is the trick. But yesterday you didn't do that? No, yesterday we had our Christmas party, and yeah, it was a late evening, and perhaps you had some alcohol in your blood still.
The night before a lot, then you're really fast, but I know that you partied, so why were you so not quite so fast?
Well, that was as fast as I could go. He's just faster, you know, and so they should be. He's the champion, he's the future, and I've had my career, I tried my best, but to the winner the victory goes. Well done.
Right, but let me guess, tonight you're both going to celebrate. And
Yes, definitely. Yeah, definitely.
Ein ganz klares Ja. Alles klar, vielen Dank. Dir viel Erfolg für die nächste Runde und
Thank you
zurück
very
zu dir.
much. All the best to you for the next round. And back to you, Heiko. We're looking forward to Daniel Juncadella in the blue-white car, and Ben Schneider, the man who is a 5-time DTM champion in the black, red, and white SV8 by Turbo.
So as they make their way down the ramp off the stage then, multi-DTM champion Bernd Schneider and the Spanish DTM current driver Daniel Juncadella then. Juncadella driving the Allianz liveried car, and Bernd Schneider in the black UBFS liveried car, and lighting up the rear wheels there. Certainly trying to get some heat into those tyres. So it's going to be Daniel Juncadella on the inside, Bernd Schneider on the outside to start the race. Nothing can be called from the start. We've seen that now as we get the green flag from the start line official. And once again, we throw the lights to the top of the screen for you so you can see it start as well. Interesting how everyone on the inside line is not putting their car exactly in that box. Trying to get just a little bit of an advantage as the lights are out. And it was definitely a better start by Bernd Schneider in the black liveried car. But Daniel Juncadella having the inside, which is the slower, tighter section. Bernd Schneider will make hay while the sun shines and very nearly clatters the wall as well. So fast is he going. Crosses the timeline and does his switch over. And this is Daniel Juncadella doing the same. And oh, there's some posts down from Bernd Schneider. And that means that will cost him some time, we think. Ralph, alongside me, who's my producer, says that we've lost 4 posts. That's going to cost Bernd Schneider dearly when it comes to the final calculations of time. So Daniel Juncadella may still be going through. I think we're having a recount on the posts. I think it might be more than 4. We will see. Maybe 5, maybe 6. Whatever. Daniel Juncadella on track. Actually has the margin anyway. And Bernd Schneider will be penalised undoubtedly for those posts going out. So they are around the final turn now. And Juncadella with his nose in front as he heads towards the timing line. It is Daniel Juncadella that takes it on track by 9/10 anyway. But that's without the allowance for Bernd Schneider's clattering of the marker posts as well. So Daniel Juncadella will go through. You can see there that the result is under investigation. And that's where the posts got clattered by Bernd Schneider. So I don't think there'll be any doubt of the fact that Daniel Juncadella is the one that will be going through. Both do some showboating out there on track. So Daniel Juncadella, the Spanish DTM driver, defeats Bernd Schneider. Look at that. His time ends up being penalised by another 5 seconds. So it was 5 posts that Ralph, my producer alongside me here, correctly calculated, had been taken out. So Juncadella through then.
Yes, and he even crashed into one more than you saw in the movie. But now we have the replay. Now let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 hits into the post for Bernd Schneider. And I think we'll now have to investigate what has happened here. Verena. Yes, hello, Bernd. You cannot pass me. I have a question for you. How many posts did you crash into? Well, if I do something, I do it right, so it was a lot of them. I think it was 8. Well, yeah, 8. That can happen. I braked on the curb on this wide line and I was too fast. But it was great fun still. It was a lot of fun. Good, thank you very much, Bernd. Daniel is in the interview with Sports One, so I'll get back to you. And we're looking forward to the 4th and the last quarter final. The safety car driver who usually may not be overtaken, but today we do not have this rule. So today, Bernd Mailänder is allowed to win, and Nico Rosberg is allowed to beat him. This is the next pairing, Nico Rosberg against Bernd Mailänder. If Nico Rosberg wins the race, then he's also in the semi-final, and a lot of you, after this exciting Formula One season, would wish for this absolutely amazing final. Nico Rosberg against Lewis Hamilton, but we're not there yet. Lewis Hamilton is through to the next round, but Nico Rosberg not yet. But Bernd Mailänder still has a chance too. So let's go.
Up next then, it is Bernd Mailänder, the Formula One safety car driver, up against Formula One race winner Nico Rosberg. This is going to be very interesting to see indeed. A real fight to the finish this will be. Okay, in the Euronics livery car is Bernd Mailänder, and in the white Hankook liveried car is Nico Rosberg. Who will go through? At the moment we've got Hamilton, Wehrlein and Juncadella through. Who will it be out of this pairing that makes it into the semi-finals? Well, in just a couple of minutes time we're going to find out. They're out there on their formation laps right now. 3 seconds difference between the layouts of this track designed by Hermann Tilke. which has gone in record time to enable this Mercedes Stars and Cars event to happen here in the Mercedes-Benz Arena in Stuttgart. Nico Rosberg then on the inside. Now look how they're not going in their pit boxes there. Both of them. Both Rosberg and Maylander mean business here. This, for my money, as Lewis Hamilton and Susie Wolff look on with Toto there as well as we get the green flag. And we are standing by. We'll throw the lights to the top of the screen once again. You can see those two lit up. 3. When 5 go out, we will be away and racing. Who will get the better start here? For my money, in the blue car, it was Maylander, but we will see. Oh, so close to a post there. Just managing to hold it together. So Nico Rosberg here, we can see on screen then in the Hankook liveried AMG C63S. It's Bernd Maylander. Now, read nothing into the fact of where the cars look on the track because there is so much difference between the two circuits in terms of time. Pile of understeer there from Nico Rosberg as he carries too much speed through the twisty section here. Gets the back end stepping out as well. To be fair, it's what we love to see here in the arena. Tyre smoking sideways, driving. Bernd Maylander, Nico Rosberg, and they cross the line. Look at that. We're not into tenths, we're into 100ths. The difference between them. And it's Maylander that's leading the way thus far. But we know in the second half of this duel, it can all change. But at the moment, Bernd Maylander has the edge over Nico Rosberg, who seemed to slow there to avoid battering into one of the barriers, one of the poles that are up there, and we know to Bernd Schneider's expense just how much that costs if you run into those. So to the final turn, the cars head now, and it's going to be Rosberg because the tail fell out, or is it? It's so close between the two. Rosberg takes it by 2/10 over Bernd Maylander. That was, I think, perhaps the closest that we have seen. Absolutely brilliant driving from both of them, Nico Rosberg and Bernd Maylander then. And some donuts being done there in the Mercedes Star. And we see Nico Rosberg through.
So we smell a lot of rubber now. Can I listen into your conversation? Toto, what did you say? Well, I gave him some expert tips.
That was tough.
It was very, very close. It was great race, and it's great spectacle to see people doing donuts as well.
And now we're coming closer to the final stages. You are in the semis, Nico is in the semis. Can we expect big F1 finale?
That would be awesome. I know Pascal's coming for blood, so I'm just gonna watch out. Hey Pascal.
Okay, wir schauen mal. Wir gucken mal, wie es weitergeht. Jetzt
we'll see how the evening progresses. Now we want to hear from Bernd and Nico. What was the atmosphere in the last quarterfinal? Bernd, it was really close. So if you hadn't had this drift, maybe you would have won. Yes, but it was great fun. It was really close. I did some driving errors. I made some driving errors, but then I really wanted to make sure that I don't make any more errors. But Nico was just too good. Nico, we just said that you have 2/10 lead, so perhaps you were lucky that Bernd had this drift. It was really close. I didn't see anything. And after the finish line, I didn't even know that I was the winner. Well, even if it's close, I won, so let's go through to the next round. Yes, so congratulations, and back to you, Heiko. It was really close. And now we'll have a show run and we can relax. We'll have two great drivers, two great cars, but now they do not go against each other. The two of them came backwards out of a tunnel in Monte Carlo when I commented a race once. And I'm talking about Mika Häkkinen and David Coulthard, but with the cars they are driving now, they would not be able to come out of the tunnel next to each other because they are driving very large cars now. So look forward. Please, we're looking forward now to DZ, David Coulthard and Mika Häkkinen.
Well, there we can see the vehicles that will be taking part in this battle.
So, we have these 6x6 monster GL cars. That also fits the monster song from Culture Candela. So now they're driven by David Coulthard and Mika Häkkinen. We had one branded car for Manuel Neuer. And Manuel Neuer is just as tall as these cars are large. Last year at the Hockenheim Ring, we had many cars in the soccer team branding. And as I've mentioned before, on the 31st of July in 2016, we'll have the German Grand Prix of Formula One at Hockenheim, in Hockenheim. So, what are they doing? Going backwards, going forwards? Now they are starting. This is the show run. Reggie, please comment these large monster vehicles.
So Mika Häkkinen then in the white one and David Coulthard in the grey. These 6x6 all-wheel drive technology with 5 differential locks and the special chassis. It is the Mercedes-Benz G63 AMG 6x6. Built for the hardest off-track driving, for example in desert areas, a mountain goat as well. The vehicle is able to storm up the highest sand dunes with ease, while sand tracks hold no fears thanks to its unshakable directional stability. And being thrown around this track by both Mika Häkkinen and David Coulthard. Mika Häkkinen then in the white one, as you can see there. It's David Coulthard in the silver machine. Now, these cars also have an incredible ability, because of their wheelbase, to ford a river of over a metre. Absolutely amazing machines. 8-cylinder, 160 kilometers per hour is the top speed. And they weigh some 3,850 kilograms. And Mika Häkkinen and David Coulthard out there displaying these amazing vehicles. The Mercedes-Benz G63 AMG 6x6. David Coulthard, second in the Formula One World Championship back in 2001, and DTM driver, of course, from 2010 to 2012. And Mika Häkkinen, Formula One World Champion 98 and 99, and DTM driver from 2005 to 2007. And they take those awesome Mercedes-Benz G63 AMG 6x6 out of the arena here, the Mercedes-Benz Arena in Stuttgart, the home of Stars and Cars for 2015.
Okay, and now I've moved upstairs because I'm going to announce the next group here. But Verena, I think we're going to hear more about the monster 6x6 trucks. Mika and David, no? No? Okay. They just kept on driving. Well, anyway. So now we're going to listen to one of the top bands of this planet. Okay, so it's time for you to perform again. So Mika Häkkinen and David Coulthard are now with Verena, and we're going to wait for that now. Okay, so the two just passed me by, and then they hit me with a door.
Drove by me. I was hoping to interview you guys, but cool that we got you now. So
Always winning, you know.
You know, once you're on the run, you know what it's like.
Yeah, we had a great fun again. I tell you what, and the passenger who was in the car with us, you know, they enjoyed. I tell you what, I think they fill up the whole YouTube now.
But quite frankly, these cars are giant. They're amazing. How difficult is it to handle them in such a small racetrack?
It was surprisingly nimble for such a big car. I think if you put a better tyre for this type of track, then it would be quite quick. Yes, slicks, exactly. No, it's great. Very impressive.
So good fun. Let me just see. Sie sind gerade mitgefahren, richtig?
You have joined them in the car. So how was it? It was just great. Great car, great drivers, and I thought it would be much more difficult to handle. It's really a dream come true. Okay, so we have real fans here. Back to you, Heiko. Okay, I sort of lost oversight because there are so many people and stations, but now I found Matteo. So before you perform the next song, so the noise level at a concert is one thing, but what about motorsports? Well, motorsports, the noise level is higher, but we have wonderful women here, great cars, so this is really perfect. You played in many different stadiums, so how much do you enjoy this gig here? So how do you rate Stars and Cars? Well, we are just like little children. We are men, and there are so many engines, and we sort of forgot about the women. But I think you cannot forget about these women. The cameraman turns around, please. And they have fantastic voices as well. And now I leave the stage. And now we're looking forward to listening again to Katja Candela from Berlin. Let's party, Stuttgart.
Die Sonne scheint heute die ganze Nacht. Hängt 1000 Zettel in die Nachbarschaft. Wenn's heute lauter wird, dann tut's uns leid. Komm vorbei und alles andere kommt dann von allein. Que salta, que mueve tu cuerpo, salta. Que toca el techo y brinca. Y siente el ritmo en soca. Sigue, sigue, salta. Que mueve tu cuerpo, salta. Que toca el techo y brinca. Y siente el ritmo. Todo el mundo. Keiner fragt wieso, keiner fragt warum, keiner fragt wie's geht, denn es geht schon von allein. Keiner fragt wohin, keiner fragt wie lang, keiner fragt mit wem, denn es geht schon von allein. Die Erde dreht sich von allein, der Arsch bewegt sich von allein, die Gläser füllen sich von allein, alles geht halt von allein. Stuttgart tanzt von allein, jeder kann von allein, denk nicht nach, lass es sein, denn alles geht halt von allein. Und ich mag Upstyle. Hey! Ein bisschen Party muss ab und zu schon mal sein. Hey! Ich mag singen, ich will tanzen und schreien. Alle zusammen, heute bleibt keiner allein. Wir feiern heute die ganze Nacht. Lassen die Korken knallen mit der ganzen Nachbarschaft. Jeder zuckt, jeder muckt, jeder muss sich bewegen. Komm, lass dich einfach gehen. Yeah. Keiner fragt wieso, keiner fragt warum. Keiner fragt, wie's geht, denn es geht schon von allein. Keiner fragt wohin, keiner fragt wie lang, keiner fragt mit wem, denn es geht schon von allein.
So this is Stars and Cars 2015 in the Mercedes Arena Stuttgart, and here come some more highlights.
Stars and Cars.
Schreibt mal wieder, Wayne interessiert's. Tom Doodle Hand, Mann, Alter, Wayne interessiert's. Ich lass mich nicht stressen.
Up next then, this phenomenal show event, which continues here at Stars and Cars. So Sterling Moss and Hans Hermann together in the Mercedes-Benz W196 S300 SLR. And Susie Wolf in the Mercedes-Benz W196R. These cars being paraded behind the safety car. And, well, Sir Sterling Moss looking absolutely fantastic in the 722 car. And Susie Wolf enjoyed.
I can tell you that was the most frightening drive I've ever had in my life. This car is worth, you know, millions, and to drive just that little way but behind another car was really frightening. But it's wonderful to be here to see all these enthusiasts, and I'd like to congratulate Mercedes-Benz on still building the finest car in the world.
Jungs, es gibt nur schöne Frauen hier heute Abend in Stuttgart. Hab ich recht? Zeigt den Ladies, wie gut ihr sie findet.
I have the next driver, Mick Schumacher, and it's a great pleasure for us to have him here, and we're going to clap our hands for him. And our voters on the internet gave him most of the votes, and we're happy to have you here. And Mick, we have to say you're 16, you don't have a driving license, you've done kart races quite successfully, but usually you don't drive these vehicles. But you're still looking forward to this duel with Nico Rosberg? Yes, of course. I'm looking forward to it. You had some time to practice. So how was it like to drive in the arena for the first time? It was quite tight and I enjoyed it, and now I'm looking forward to the race. Okay, do you think you stand a chance against Nico Rosberg? Well, we're going to see. Okay, my first interview with you was fun, so we're going to see how the first race is going to be with you here, and maybe we're going to see you in RTL, a German television channel. So now the race, Mick Schumacher versus Nico Rosberg. Nico Rosberg in the white car. We still have some time because Mick has to be strapped in, and maybe we can take a look at this.
Gonna go, the young whippersnapper, 16-year-old Mick Schumacher, been victorious in ADAC Formula 4 this year. What a career he has got ahead of him. Bear in mind, it's his first year of racing out of karts. What will he do up against the seasoned star that is Nico Rosberg? Well, I would have said that Rosberg got the slightly better start then than Mick Schumacher, but Mick is made of stern stuff, and he's certainly not going to be frightened because he's on the faster part of the track to begin with here. It's whether Rosberg can keep it neat and tidy through the twisty section. Mick Schumacher makes the crossover. The margin between them, well, it was just under 3 seconds, which would lend us to suggest that Rosberg should have this. It depends how quick Mick Schumacher is, and we can see him on screen now as Gary Paffett and Pascal Wehrlein and Toto Wolff look on as well. There we can see Nico Rosberg crossing the timing line now. So the deficit to Rosberg, some 1.6 seconds from Mick Schumacher, who's got, of course, another lap on this inner part of the circuit, which is where Rosberg should take the advantage. He takes the crossover now, does Rosberg. You can see it there. And here comes Mick Schumacher. And for my money, it looks like this is going to go the way of Nico Rosberg. Mick Schumacher putting up a stern defence, though, doing his level best. He's on the faster part of the circuit, but I don't think it's going to be quite quick enough, or is he? He's carrying a lot of speed around the penultimate turn. Rosberg brakes now for the final turn. And it is going to be Rosberg, I think, that takes it from Mick Schumacher. A 1.8 second advantage to Nico Rosberg. So sadly, we don't get to see Mick Schumacher in the next round, but a very, very valiant effort indeed from the 16-year-old. Brilliant showing from him.
Verena?
So Mick, also
Mick and Nick. Okay, so Mick, you've done a good race. Did you enjoy it? Yes, of course. It was great fun. It was an honor for me to participate in this race, and I would like to thank the fans for supporting me. I just heard that you were sort of overwhelmed by this huge vote from the fans. Yeah, so I would like to thank them once again. It was a pleasure to have you here, Mick. And now it's the competition. It's the DTM team against the Formula 1 team. Nico Rosberg with Formula 1 versus Pascal from the DTM team. And now we're going to see who has the fastest pit stop.
Here we go then, Pascal Wehrlein versus Nico Rosberg.
Okay, so they've both arrived.
Wow.
Wow. That was very fast and very loud, by the way, as well.
And we are about to get the first of these quarterfinals underway. 3 red lights, 4. Now we have 5. Stand by for the lights out, and we are away and racing. It was neck and neck at the start. Absolutely. Oh, and very, very tail happy there, Maximilian Gertz. That may have cost him just a couple of tenths. He really attacks the curbs. Lewis Hamilton seemingly much, much smoother. This is Maximilian Gertz then in the black liveried car. And here is Lewis Hamilton. Maximilian Gertz makes the turn, or the crossover, I should say, and this is Maximilian Gertz that we're following right now. So Maxi Gertz then, was really, really looking forward to this. I was talking to him earlier, and he was so, so excited to be part of this Stars and Cars finale. And he certainly is losing out. The sideways nature of the back end of that car means that Lewis Hamilton has some 5 tenths advantage. Lewis Hamilton has just looked a little bit smoother and less aggressive than Maximilian Gertz. And that is paying dividends for Lewis Hamilton at the moment. 5 tenths can be made up. All it would take is one little mistake. But hey, Mr. Hamilton tends not to make mistakes. And Maximilian Gertz then on the back foot now. As Lewis Hamilton, even through the tight and twisty sections of this circuit, still looks pretty smooth and certainly determined between the two of them. Going to make the crossover. And Lewis Hamilton does take it by 8 tenths over Maximilian Gertz. So Lewis Hamilton goes through. Maximilian Gertz is defeated, but... And this was Lewis showboating in front of the 30,000 plus fans here in the Mercedes-Benz Arena in Stuttgart for Stars and Cars 2015.
But quick question, what was more fun? The race or the donuts and the drifting after the race just now?
The donuts and the drifting was the best. I love drifting, you know. I'd never get to do it so much.
This for my money as Lewis Hamilton and Susie Wolff look on with Toto there as well as we get the green flag. And we are standing by. We'll throw the lights to the top of the screen once again. You can see those 2 lit up. 3. When 5 go out, we will be away and racing. Who will get the better start here? For my money, in the blue car, it was Mylander. But we will see. Oh, so close to the post there. Just managing to hold it together. So Nico Rosberg here, we can see on screen then in the Hankook liveried AMG C63S. Mylander. Now, read nothing into the fact of where the cars look on the track because there is so much difference between the two circuits in terms of time. Pile of understeer there from Nico Rosberg as he carries too much speed through the twisty section here. Gets the back end stepping out as well. To be fair, is what we love to see here in the arena. Tyre smoking sideways, driving. Bernd Mylander, Nico Rosberg, and they cross the line. Look at that. We're not into tenths, we're into 100ths. The difference between them. And it's Mylander that's leading the way thus far. But we know in the second half of this duel, it can all change. But at the moment, Bernd Mylander has the edge over Nico Rosberg, who seemed to slow there to avoid clattering into one of the barriers. One of the poles that are up there, and we know to Bernd Schneider's expense just how much that costs if you run into those. So to the final turn, the cars head now, and it's going to be Rosberg because the tail fell out, or is it? It's so close between the two. Rosberg takes it by 2 tenths over Bernd Mylander.
We're lucky that Bernd had this drift. It was really close. I didn't see anything. And after the finish line, I didn't even know that I was the winner. Well, even if it's close, I won. So let's go through to the next round. Yes, so congratulations.
Stars and Cars.
Und dann, last but not least, das große Finale. Wer holt sich zum ersten Mal den neuen Stars and Cars Pokal? Wir freuen uns auf die
Stars and Cars Cup, so we're looking forward to the semifinals. We're looking forward to sensational cars with which they will drive in the semifinals. And here we're going to see the cars.
So coming out onto the stage then, the cars that are the semi-final machines, and what cars they are as well. Mercedes AMG GTS cars that we see next.
Lewis Hamilton still has some time to take a few pictures with Culture Candela, and I really like that. The guys from the pop business would like to have a picture with him, and he's also a very enthusiastic musician, and he has lots of friends in the hip-hop business. So I think this is really great. So Lewis Hamilton, Formula 1 champion, and Pascal Wehrlein, they are looking forward to this race. Yes, of course. So how is that now? Is that, so to say, the Mercedes-Benz internal championship? So DTM is like the in-house competition. Well, maybe I can ask him to change cars at some point in time. Toto, what do you say? Well, we're going to see how the race is going to develop. So Pascal Wehrlein in the blue car and Lewis Hamilton in the white one. And before that, we can see some more pictures.
So Lewis Hamilton then and Pascal Wehrlein in the first of the semi-finals to come here in the Mercedes Arena in Stuttgart. Who will eventually become the Stars and Cars champion 2015? Well, we're reaching the semi-finals now, and we have the 2015 Formula One champion up against the 2015 DTM champion. Lewis Hamilton versus this man, Pascal Wehrlein, who is in the Euronics livery car. The livery that, of course, is ordinarily associated with Gary Paffett in DTM. I've seen just how competitive both these drivers are in this Stars and Cars event. Phenomenally successful, and we're so glad that you're on board watching this as well.
Here they are, the AMG vehicles. We're talking about 510 HP. We're talking about an acceleration 0 to 100 in 3.8 seconds. And Richie, when I take a look at this, and if I played cards with you, then I would probably say top speed 310. So what about you? Unfortunately, the interpreter cannot hear the answer.
Well, it is certainly 310 kilometers per hour, electronically limited, this Mercedes AMG GTS car. 4-litre, 8-cylinder, 510 horsepower. Absolute power out there on this track, designed just for this Stars and Cars event in the Mercedes-Benz Arena in Stuttgart. And we're about to see Lewis Hamilton up against Pascal Wehrlein. Formula One champ, DTM champ, out together in this, the first of the semi-finals. See, Pascal Wehrlein is already champing at the bit to be out there on track. Very nearly pushing Lewis Hamilton down the stage, as Lewis Hamilton now finally does leave the stage area in the Hankook liveried car. And there, the back end of the Pascal Wehrlein AMG GTS. Sounds absolutely phenomenal. Warming up laps then for both of these drivers before we get the semi-final underway. We're reaching the sharp end of the 2015 Stars and Cars competition here in the Mercedes-Benz Arena in Stuttgart. Both drivers doing their best to just put some heat into the rubber before they get this semi-final underway. Who will be victorious? Well, in just a few moments' time, we will know the answer to that question. So, Lewis Hamilton on the outside. Pascal Wehrlein on the inside. We think that's the wrong way round. Indeed so, because Wehrlein should be on the outside and Lewis Hamilton should be on the inside. So a little bit of manoeuvring to be done by our two competitors in this first semi-final. Lewis Hamilton now does take up his rightful position, which is on the inner part of the circuit. And Pascal Wehrlein, bet you a pound or two he'll spin the wheels up and try and get some heat into those tyres as he heads towards. And just look how neither of them are in their grid boxes. So we await the green flag then from our start line official. We get that, and we are about to get the first semi-final underway here between Lewis Hamilton and Pascal Wehrlein. The lights you can see. You can also see just the first glimmerings of some rain falling in the arena. It's going to make it very harum-scarum in this semi-final. So Pascal Wehrlein and Lewis Hamilton together then in this semi-final. And in the white car it is Lewis Hamilton, in the blue car it is Pascal Wehrlein. Lewis Hamilton getting sideways out there. He's around the final turn now. Pascal Wehrlein has dived to the inner part of the track. There he is. Around the Mercedes star goes Pascal Wehrlein right now. Of course, Those marker posts are to be avoided at all costs, because if you touch one of those, it's a second time penalty that's added on to your time. Well, Pascal Wehrlein at the moment is leading, but think nothing of it, because it can all change in a heartbeat. There is Pascal Wehrlein. Lewis Hamilton has crossed over. Pascal Wehrlein has done the same now. The anticipation and the excitement in the arena is almost touchable, because these two are racing to go through to the final, and they are so close. The crowd roar. They are side by side. Who's it going to be? It's Wehrlein. Pascal Wehrlein, the DTM champion, has beaten Lewis Hamilton, the Formula One champion. Pascal Wehrlein goes through. Lewis Hamilton is defeated. We will not see an all F1 final. Pascal Wehrlein has done it. Well, what a phenomenal season he's had, and now he's through to the finals in Stars and Cars 2015.
Well, I think this was the most exciting race so far. A very close run, 99 thousandths of a second, so that was just a few centimeters. So one of these tracks, one of these laps is just 816 meters. So this was really exciting. So thank you very much, you two, for this very exciting semi-final. Pascal Wehrlein is going to be in the final, and we're going to find out in a minute who's going to be his competitor, Mr. Juncadella or Mr. Rosberg. And we're going to see this in a minute. So the next two cars are going to be on the stage. Juncadella, the DTM man from Spain, and Mr. Rosberg. So, Stars and Cars semi-final number 1 2015. So I think it was worthwhile coming here just to see this race. But we have two more, and now we're going to give the floor to Verena. Maybe she's going to find out whether the two gentlemen have started to breathe again. Okay, so here's Lewis.
Really tight. You're pushing really hard, but I guess Pascal was just that tad bit faster.
I lost it on the start. I got a really bad start, so he's great though. He's great.
Yeah, that was very tight. That's got to be said. And there he is. Soll ich erstmal kurz in den Arm nehmen?
Okay, let's embrace him.
We need a rematch on the stop sides. Okay, afterwards.
No, we need a rematch in the F1 car.
Yeah, that's cool. I'm cool with that.
Ja, da sind wir beim Thema.
Okay, this brings us back to the topic. But first of all, congratulations, Pascal. So you're going to be one of the racers in the final. So you got the better start, and this is why you won the race, this race. So how did it feel?
Yeah.
Well, I think it was much faster when I started, and in the last round I managed to hit the wall slightly, just a little bit. I think it was really a tight race. So I think this was really an exciting race. It was an interesting race, and we're going to have a very interesting final. So thank you, Lewis, and back to you. And what we can say here is there is no race for third. So the one wins the number 3 ranking with a faster time in the semi-final. So we're not going to have a race for 3rd and 4th position. But now we're going to have the competition for the second part, and in the final we have Nico Rosberg in the blue car and Daniel Juncadella in the other one. So we're going to see the second semi-final of the Stars and Cars 2015 right now.
So Daniel Juncadella then the first to make his way off the stage in the black car, then it's Nico Rosberg in the blue car. Which one of these two drivers will it be that faces up to Nico Rosberg in the grand finale of Stars and Cars 2015? So Daniel Juncadella then enjoying great success in this Stars in Cars event, having made it through to the semi-finals. Nico Rosberg, you can see here in the blue car, but as we switch back to Daniel Juncadella now in the black machine. So in the Allianz Mercedes AMG GTS, it is Nico Rosberg, and it is Daniel Juncadella alongside. So Rosberg on the outside to begin with, Juncadella on the inside. Green flag from the start official. So let's throw the lights to the top of the screen then. And who will get the best start this time? Is it going to be Rosberg? Is it going to be Juncadella? Lights are out now. And for my money, it was Juncadella that just edged it in the black car over Nico Rosberg. Is it possible that we'll see an all DTM final in Stars and Cars 2015? So there is Nico Rosberg. Up to speed certainly now. He will take the crossover. Here comes Daniel Juncadella to do the same, and Daniel Juncadella then on the outside. So bearing in mind that around about 3 seconds difference between the two tracks here. Juncadella then driving the black machine, has got the outside now, and Nico Rosberg there you can see on the inside. The margin between them is 6/10, and Juncadella was just a little bit tardy into that turn, I think, a little bit untidy. Takes a bit of curb. They mean business out there. Nico Rosberg, though, through that tight, twisty section, which does cost time. Daniel Juncadella has made the cross now, and for my money, I would say that Daniel Juncadella looks to have this over Nico Rosberg, which would mean it will be an all DTM final. But now Rosberg fights back, and it's going to be every bit as close. It's Juncadella, in my opinion, that's going to take it, and he does. Daniel Juncadella takes it by 0.8 of a second. So that means we have an all DTM Stars and Cars grand finale, which will be between Daniel Juncadella and Pascal Wehrlein. So Nico Rosberg defeated then by 0.8 of a second by the Spaniard DTM star Daniel Juncadella. Here we can see in replay just how aggressive Daniel Juncadella was as he was taking curbs and using every single piece, every single centimetre of the tarmac that was laid down specifically for this Stars and Cars finale. Daniel Juncadella celebrates at the moment, as you can see, and Nico Rosberg wants to join in the fun as well. Now it's going to be Nico Rosberg's turn. So plenty of donuts being done in these phenomenal Mercedes AMG GTS cars. Daniel Juncadella victorious over this man, Nico Rosberg. 310 kilometers per hour. These cars are electronically limited too.
Okay, so we're waiting for the final statement of the race director, but now we're going to listen to what Nico Rosberg has to say and how Daniel Juncadella is celebrating. I guess they've already reached Verena, the two participants in the semi-final, and Nico Rosberg is probably a bit disappointed.
Daniel, wow, that was a pretty good race. That was excellent. You beat Nico. How does that feel?
I'm happy, yeah, of course. It was a good race. Yeah, I felt really good with the car, to be honest. And yeah, I just was in the flow, and I think that was clearly the reason.
Yeah, but it's fun, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a mega event, so many people watching. I feel more pressure than in a real race, to be honest. I feel very nervous every time because it's, very special, yeah.
Absolutely special. Und Nico, das war ja wirklich,
and Nico, that was really a tight race, but Daniel was faster. Are you disappointed? Well, of course I'm disappointed. I would have liked to be in the final, but he just drove faster, and I did not have the best race of my life. It was really fun nevertheless, and unfortunately, I would have liked to drive the car in the final, but that's just the way it is, and now I'm going to watch it. I'm sure we're going to see a very exciting final with two DTM drivers, but it's just not possible for the DTM drivers to beat us. Well, we're going to wait and see. So it was quite exciting. Back to you, Heiko.
I can imagine that just like Lewis, who would like to have a rematch, Nico would not be too sad if we could have this rematch, but actually we do not have time, unfortunately. But we have to say that Pascal and Daniel were fair winners. But I can imagine that the yellow press is probably a bit sad that we do not have the showdown between Nico Rosberg and Lewis Hamilton. This would have been great after some, well, disagreements during the season. And we also joked that Niki Lauda could then have driven with Lewis Hamilton and Toto Wolff with Nico Wolff to calm them down. But now we don't have to do that because they do not drive in the final. So now we'll have a race of generations. Look, please take a look at this battle.
So the next battle out on track, a battle of the generations with DTM cars. Bernd Schneider then in the Mercedes-Benz 190e 2.5 Evolution 2, and Pascal Wehrlein then in the current Mercedes-Benz C63 DTM. Bernd Schneider to the inside, Pascal Wehrlein to the outside. Race debut of the Evo 2 in DTM was 1990 on the legendary Nordschleife at the Nürburgring. Bernd Schneider, of course, the record-holding DTM champion with 5 titles from 95, 2000, 2001, 2003 and 2006. And Pascal Wehrlein, the youngest ever DTM champion, and they are away in this show run, which is supposedly just for show. However, both these guys are racing drivers, and therefore they will look and feel at this very, very competitively indeed. Pascal Wehrlein in the Supreme C63 DTM, and Bernd Schneider then in the 190e 2.5 Evolution 2. Just giving you an example of a great show of how these DTM cars have evolved over the years. Bernd Schneider, of course, supremely successful, and Pascal Wehrlein taking the DTM championship this year and becoming the youngest ever DTM champion. Bernd Schneider reunited with a car that loved so very much in this exhibition run between the two DTM machines. They look and sound absolutely awesome here in the Stars and Cars Mercedes-Benz Arena, Stuttgart. Of course, the number 94 machine of Pascal Wehrlein saw him to the victory in the championship. He gets the tail out of the car, and there is the Bernd Schneider car. Another fantastic exhibition run from, well, 2 evolutions of DTM machinery here in the Stars and Cars event held in the Mercedes-Benz Arena in Stuttgart in front of tens of thousands of Mercedes-Benz fans. In replay, that's just how hard Pascal was pushing that. And of course, we're going to see Pascal in the Stars and Cars finale. Now, of course, he beached the car at Hockenheim at the very last DTM round and seemed to have stalled it there. Well, he continues his celebrations. It's been a phenomenal year for Pascal Wehrlein, and the question is still asked as to where we will see him competitively in season 2016. Well, wherever we see him, we know that he will be a winner. So Pascal Wehrlein and Bernd Schneider then. Two names atop DTM history, that's for sure. And Pascal Wehrlein, the most recent to add that championship honour and the youngest ever.
Ja, das ist das Schöne, Richie. Wir sind hier wirklich sehr, sehr nah dran.
This is so brilliant here, Richie. We are so close, and this is why we can feel the fascination that's also felt by these experienced men. We have our driver's lounge here. It's totally empty because everyone is out here on stage. Everyone wants to be close. Everyone wants to see all of the races, all of the show runs, and all of the cars. And this is what's so great about Stars and Cars, that we have so many great shows and events. And the next thing that we have for you is the next interview by my colleague Verena Fried. I would like to quote it to Bernd said to Pascal, it was very close, but it was very nice and a lot of fun, right? Yes, it was a lot of fun. Actually, the car is really good. The first gear was too short and the second was too long a bit, so it was difficult, but it was great fun. Did you like it too? Yes, definitely. I was surprised by my lead over Bernd. I was surprised because I thought that we have a large radius, so in the slow or in the narrow bends you have to go very slow, and this is why I didn't think that I would have such a large lead, but I was successful. But yes, perhaps this is a good omen for the final. Yeah, it was so loud, by the way, I cannot hear it properly anymore. So, anyways, are you looking forward to the final? Yes, definitely. I've come to the final now, and I have won last race. Of course, I want to win it. Yes, of course you do. Thank you very much. The best of luck to you. So, Heiko, back to you. And we have a different show for you now. We would like to talk about a foundation, the Laureus Sport for Good Foundation. It's a very important foundation for many years. They have been working together with athletes, collecting and fundraising for disadvantaged children all over the world. And we will now have a short movie about the foundation.
Wer sagt eigentlich, dass ich keine Ziele im Leben habe? Wer sagt denn, dass ich nicht über mich hinauswachsen kann?
Wer sagt, dass Mädchen sich nicht durchsetzen können?
Boxen hat mir die Wege geöffnet.
Die Mädels entwickeln Teamgeist und sie lernen auch, was es bedeutet, ein Team zu sein.
Also studieren möchte ich und das ist ein Ziel, was ich mir jetzt gesetzt habe, was ich auch erreichen werde.
Das sind Dinge, die man im Leben öfter brauchen wird als nur Fußball.
So, perhaps you can hear us again now, even though we again have a very loud car on the track now. But actually, Nico Rosberg should be at the steering wheel now, and next to me I have the chairman of the Laureus Sport for Good Foundation, and he is one of the most famous athletes of all times. And we now also have 15 children and some other helpers on stage here. So once they are finished with their donuts, we will welcome Edwin Moses on stage, but they are probably having a lot of fun right now. So perhaps you should give them a signal with the flags. Of course, they will stop now, and then they can drive onto stage. Yes, that's not a problem. So their co-driver used to be a hurdler, so he probably can jump over the wall here. It's not a problem. So please get out of the car. Well, that's the good thing about the live show. We have to improvise from time to time, but it's not a problem. Ola Kalenius and Professor Dr. Weber are next to me now too. Perhaps we can use the time to talk to you, but we need some more microphones for you, but I can share mine. Laureus is something that you support too, and also with projects in Stuttgart, right? At first, I would like you to give a big round of applause to these great drivers. Yes, personally, I'm enthused about this Laureus campaign all over the world. We have initiated projects, and these projects help the children who are not that privileged. In Stuttgart, we have a Move and Do campaign. This is the group that helps schools in Stuttgart. We support these activities, and these kids get on the right track again through this project, and I think it's a good thing, and you all can help us. But now I would like to welcome the one who now tries to get rid of the helmet so that he can hear what you have to say to him. He's a gold medal winner, two-time gold medal winner in Los Angeles and Seoul. He was world champion. He was a World Cup winner. He was one of the best hurdlers of all times. This is Mr. Edwin Moses here.
Edwin, it's good to have you here. And I guess you are happy to be here because you have a close relation to motorsport and you have a close relation to Mercedes as well. But there is another particular reason for being extremely delighted today. We talk about this in a second, but first of all, your impression about driving with Nico.
Well, you know, I'm a pilot. I fly airplanes, so this was a lot like doing spins, except for going upside down. So I don't mind the G's. That was fun, Nico.
Also er findet die G-Kräfte toll, er ist ein Pilot und er fliegt auch gerne mal ein bisschen waghalsig. Er sagt, das macht natürlich auch Riesenspaß.
He is a pilot and he loved being in the car with Nico, but he's also happy and delighted about this Czech presentation now. Would you like to tell us, Nico, about this bet of the leading kilometers? Yes, Mercedes promised to donate 100 euros per leading kilometer that I do in Formula One to Laureus for a good cause for children, to help them with sports programs. And can I tell the figure already? Yes, you can tell the figure. Oh, let's wait for the check to be presented. Okay, so we actually now raised a lot of money, and I'm delighted about that. Nico Rosberg was able to collect 1,609 leading kilometers starting in Shanghai. This is where the bet started. And now Ola Kalenius can turn around the check. So this means that we have a check of 160,900 euros for the Laureus Foundation. It's a huge amount. Well done. So even if you're not in the final now, we have some 100 meters that you were in the lead today. Perhaps you can add some money. Yeah, let's say we take 165,000. That's great. Thank you. Okay, so being in the lead in kilometers and donating money is one thing, but you are very committed, and actually you are working for Laureus too, and we have a brief movie to show you about that.
2015. Der Auftakt einer neuen Laureus-Kampagne. Drive for Good.
Ich habe mich riesig gefreut, dass Mercedes sozusagen entschieden hat, das zu machen. Druck ist natürlich jetzt auch auf mir drauf, weil es gibt 100 Euro von Mercedes für Laureus für jeden Kilometer, den ich führe dieses Jahr, ab jetzt.
Zuerst finde ich es sehr gut, dass man das Laureus-Zeichen auf dem Auto sieht. Das ist für uns sehr wertvoll. Das war immer unser großer Traum, dass so etwas möglich ist.
Das war eine Idee von Mercedes.
Eine Idee with Mercedes to combine it in this way, and I think it's great that it is also connected to the success, and that everyone, of course, wants to see me in the lead so that they can donate more money to Laureus, so the children who watch and that will be supported by Laureus, they can cheer for me then, because then they will get more money. Drive for Good. Nico Rosberg and the new Laureus campaign.
Hier haben wir jetzt unser großes Erinnerungsfoto, Edwin.
So this is our photo.
Put some money on top. So it was not just 160,900 for his leading kilometers during F1. We forced him to put some money on top because he did do some leading kilometers here as well. So it's 165,000 euro. 165,000 Euro.
165,000 euros, thanks to the generous extra donation of Nico for the leading kilometers that he did here on the circuit. But you here in the stadium and you at home watching can help. You can even send an SMS and donate something, Ola. Yes, that's right. For more than 5 years, the Laureus Foundation has been supporting kids, also with many projects here in Germany. Great sports persons like Nico and others and athletes all around the world help, but every single one of us can help. You can simply send a short message to donate to the foundation, and perhaps we'll have a bit on top of the 65,000 euros. It's worthwhile for the kids. Yes, you've just seen the number on our screen up there. You can send a message to this number and then you will automatically donate 5 euros, 81190, and the keyword is Laureus. So with every short message you will spend 5 euros to the foundation. Thank you very much for this great campaign. It's a lot of fun, and Mercedes will continue to support it. Thank you. Thank you, Nico. Thank you, Edwin Moses. Thanks to all of you. And thank you, boys and girls. I hope that you enjoy being on stage with us here. Thank you so much. And we will now continue with the next show round. We are looking forward to the next spectacular car. And now we'll see something amazing. Take a look at the new radiator grille in particular.
What a phenomenal car. The Mercedes-AMG GT3, successor of the SLS AMG GT3. Thomas Jaeger at the wheel of this car, the new Panamericana radiator grille. As I mentioned, is particularly noticeable when viewed from the front. Its design is reminiscent of the Mercedes-Benz 300 SL racing sports car in 1952. This won the famous Carrera Panamericana race across Mexico. Designers talk about a shark nose. Powered by the AMG 6.3-litre V8 engine, ensuring the full power already familiar from the SLS AMG GT3. Low operating costs, the great reliability of this engine were the reasons for staying with this concept for the customer sports segment. And this car's first race in 2016 will be the 24 Hours of Dubai in January. So the car looks and sounds absolutely awesome. And Thomas Jaeger driving this car and getting it sideways. saw the first press images of this car much earlier in the year, and one that really impressed as soon as we saw it. 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in less than 3 seconds, and 290 kilometers per hour less than the because the aero is focused on downforce. So 6,300 cc. What a 6,208 ccm to be absolutely accurate. 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in less than 3 seconds.
Ja, absolut. Das ist ein Traumauto, und der Mann, der mit an der Entwicklung dieses Autos federführend
amazing car, and the man who co-developed or was responsible for the development of this car is next to me now, Tobias Mörs. Since 1999, he has been responsible for the overall development of the AMG series. I'm talking to Tobias Mörs. How proud are you to see this car and this scenery here shortly before Christmas? Is this like Christmas Eve to you? Yes, absolutely. I'm very proud. This is a racing car, but all production vehicles that we've seen tonight were modified to be able to compete in the races here, and this is something that I'm proud of. And of course, this is our new weapon, GT3. And Richie talked about the Panamericana Association. The designers don't like that so much. They prefer talking about the shark nose. But of course, this was an inspiration when you designed this radiator, right? Yes, this shark nose, as we always call it, is an element of the car that is reminiscent of the Panamericana, and this is the idea behind it. It's an aggressive racing car, and the competitors are supposed to be afraid of us. Yes, the driver showed us how this car can do. We also talked about the other cars. Have the cars been damaged so far? No. No cars have been damaged today, so I'm very proud of all of the drivers that everything worked out very well, but we still have the final in front of us. But what about the tires? I think we have to say goodbye to one or two of them. Yes, of course. Tires wear off very fast at Mercedes. That's part of it. Yes, thank you, Tobias Mörs. So we will now have a Formula One showdown for you next, but we have a slight delay. So perhaps let's take a look at what they are doing back here. We saw the photograph sessions of the board of management, and now here we have the daughter of Ben Schneider, who got an autograph from Susi Wolf. She was your favorite driver, right? So Tobias Jäger is gone. Now we can talk to you. The car Susi, when it was pink, was your favorite one, right? Yes. And now we have Lukas Auer driving a pink car. Do you like him too? It's not the same that Susi had, right? Yeah, Susi was special. That you cannot top it. No, not completely, but I always love watching races. And when your dad drives your car, your family car, do you feel that he has been a driver? Yes, mom sometimes says that daddy drives like a crazy person, but not always. Okay, we don't want to go into too much detail now. But this is also a part of the Mercedes family, the daughters of the drivers, and so on. Gary, for instance, has his kids between the races and playing on the PlayStation. Well, people sometimes say that drivers get slower when they have kids, but I think this is absolutely not true. No, absolutely not, because the last 3 races were won by a fresh daddy. So, yes, right. We have to ask Nico whether he still has a present for his daughter. And later on, I will definitely talk about Christmas with the drivers again. But let's talk about the final. We're looking forward to it. Daniel Jungadea against Pascal Wehrlein. But who is on the third place now? We have found out by now who of the two Formula One drivers was faster, but we don't tell you right now. We want to keep the tension up a bit. Yeah, Nico and Lewis wanted to know, but we haven't told them so far. So it's a really interesting battle between them. Toto, we said before that if we see the two of them in the finals, then you and Nikki would have had to join them to calm them down. Would you have liked that? No, I think that we wouldn't have been able to calm them down. I am not a very good co-driver. So actually, I think it wouldn't have been a good idea for us to be there. But we will see the two of them against competing against each other, not in the final of the Stars and Cars Cup 2015, but in their Formula One cars. So now we'll have a highlight of today in terms of motorsports, if you will, because we have the world champion team 2014 and 2015. They won everything that can be won, the most poles, the most races, the most points, and so on. And at the end of the day, and the end of 2015, Lewis Hamilton was the world champion and Nico Rosberg the runner-up, and here they are.
Absolute highlight to see here in Stars and Cars. It is those Formula One cars that have been so dominant during this season. Driven by Lewis Hamilton and Nico Rosberg. So the F1 W06 hybrid, it is the showdown. Lewis Hamilton on the inside, Nico Rosberg on the outside. Of course, this is only a show. It's not a race. Yeah, right. Lights out, and these Formula One cars are away here in the arena in Stuttgart. Mercedes-Benz arena. Scene of what has been utterly superb show for Stars and Cars 2015. So we watch Nico Rosberg and Lewis Hamilton. Doing what they do best. And it's Hamilton that has the edge at the moment, but think nothing of this because we've seen in so many of the competitions earlier. Well, it's certainly the end of it now. Because one of the cars is doing donuts out there. Nico Rosberg preferring to show off. Hamilton 2. These W06 F1 hybrids. Absolutely wonderful cars in this Stars and Cars arena. So Nico Rosberg and Lewis Hamilton then. Absolutely phenomenal season it's been for Mercedes in Formula One as well as DTM also, and to see these and hear these Formula One cars out in the Stars and Cars arena is utterly wonderful. Precision driving going on now by Lewis Hamilton, as you can see as we zoom into that car. Just driving it with the accelerator pedal and spinning up the rear wheels. Nico Rosberg has made his escape, as does Lewis Hamilton, in about a lap's time. So fantastic to see the cars out here as we celebrate the most successful season ever for Mercedes-Benz. Lewis Lewis Hamilton into the tunnel as well. And the applause and cheers from the crowd here in the arena.
Okay, so that was our Formula One demonstration, and some of the gentlemen were a bit, well, nervous, because they said if something happens it's really expensive. Toto Wolff didn't want to look, and Dieter Zetsche also didn't want to look at it, but both cars, all the cars actually, can go home safely. So I think they come back the same way that they came here, and then they can return safely. So this was the showdown, Nico Rosberg, Lewis Hamilton. I think that was sort of a competition of who can burn more rubber. Okay, so now we're going to look forward to the next show act. And only few people have seen him the way he really looks like, but he is from this region, and some of you who have lived here, well, you have probably seen him before, but on the stages of the world you just see a mask. He uses a panda or an ice bear mask. These two he ordered on the internet, and he uses the panda mask, and this has become the characteristic trait of his stage appearance, and with that he protects his privacy, and he has lots of #1 songs, and his new MTV Unplugged record is #1, and also the single Bye Bye. And we are going to welcome Crow now.
Hello, Crow. Hallo. Geht's los, oder? Seid ihr denn alle gut drauf noch? Das war doch nicht laut genug, Stuttgart!
I think that was not loud enough. I want to hear more.
Okay, der war gut.
That was good.
Psycho? Yeah. Alle Hände, alle Hände.
I want to see all the hands up in the air, like this.
Yeah, yeah. Woo! Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Sie sagen, ich wäre der coolste im Game, wenn niemand so float, und schreiben, ich wäre der King. Aber nenn mich ruhig Crow, denn es wird crazy, wenn ich rap. Hater werden fat, lass die Bäume poppen, baby, ich bin black, yeah. Coolste im Game, alle breiten im Flow, würde ich gerne sein wie der Don't. Immer wenn ich rhyme, wird es dope, denn es wird crazy, wenn ich rap. Hater werden fat, lass die Bäume poppen, baby, ich bin back, yeah. Direkt auf die 1 gechartet, letztes Album zweimal Platin. Echo Bambi, scheiße, Wahnsinn, egal welcher Preis, ich hab ihn. Da ist noch ne Platte bei Rappen, Schotter machen. Eigentlich rapp ich nur, weil ich mal wieder gerade Bock drauf hatte. Yeah, und so viele Rapper hassen mich, weil ich über Platte krieg, meine Mucke Massen trifft. Oh, was ein krasser Shit, was, du hast mich grad gedisst. Bro, ist doch kein Rapper, was ist Rap, ey, sowas mach ich nicht. Oh, das ist lächerlich, komme wie du willst. Nicht. Ich geh lieber heimschreiben, wenn auf meinen Hit, und ich weiß, dass deine Homies rappen nicht. Ich weiß, du bist wütend, denn du rappst schon viel länger als ich. Und ich weiß, es ist unfair, denn du ziehst die Silben schneller als ich. Yeah. Ich seh den Neid in deinen Augen und ich fühl, du hättest auch gerne Cash oder Chill. Ich sag mir, was kann ich dafür, dass sie deinen Scheiß nicht fühlen? Also piss mich bitte nie wieder an. Alle Hände! Wieder back im Biss, Seele, Cash und checke Klicks, und danach kannst du gerne jedes. Ich rappe nicht, scheißegal. Nicht auf vorne, breche Rekorde, wenn ich recorde. Hier spring Ladies aus der Torte, anderen Rapper finden die Worte. Hack mein Album doch im. Jetzt kommt wieder so ein Ding, und alle Leute sagen, ich wäre der coolste im Game, wenn du niemals so flow. Schreiben, ich wäre der King, aber nenn mich ruhig Crow, denn es wird crazy, wenn ich rap. Ladies werden slap. Pump nur eine Hook, und dieser Chase nicht mehr black. Yo, der coolste im Game, weiten im Flow, würde es gerne sein wie der Don't. Immer wenn ich rap, wird es dope, dann ist es crazy, wenn ich rap. Hater fitten's fat, lass die Bottle poppen, baby, ich bin back, yeah. Oh, Guck an. Da lassen wir doch gar nicht lang warten und spielen das nächste Ding. Wo ist Anschu, ha? Jetzt will ich, dass jeder Pistolen in die Luft macht. Hier, die Pistole in die Luft. Aha. Yeah. Oh, ja. Da oben ist ein Bildschirm.
Alles, was ich brauche, ist meine Gang, meine Gang. Keiner kennt mich so wie meine Crew. Wirf die Hände in die Luft. Bang.
Ich hab zwar keine Knarre, aber shoot. Alles, was ich brauche, ist meine Gang, meine Gang. Keiner kennt mich so wie meine Crew. Wirf die Hände in die Luft. Bang. Ich hab zwar keine Knarre, aber shoot. Ich bin nicht straight. Doch am Love für die Crew. Mein Love ist alle Boost in dem Club. But I don't give a fuck, und alle Babes. Du bist straight, hier der Boss. Egal wie viele Tapes ich record und ich sag, Bitch geht auf. Keine Zeit für dich, bin unterwegs mit meinen Doggies, also scheiß mal auf. Die Texte Attitüde, Motherfucker, life is up. Meine Gang ist eigentlich broke, aber immer wieder high von dem Dope. Digga, meine Gang ist voller Siegs oder Arzen. Liebes miteinander platzen, aufstehender Poesie, noch nicht wachsen. Lieber statt quatschen, nehm ich lieber Spliffen statt klatschen. Geld bisschen abwachsen, but ain't nobody fucking with my motherfucking gang. Deine Homies wären gern wie wir. Die kommen auf deinen Stress und machen Party ohne Grund. Deine Homies wären gern wie wir. Denn wir stehen in deinem Club und machen denn alles, was ich brauch, ist meine Gang, meine Gang. Keiner kennt mich so wie meine Crew. Hört die Hände in die Luft, bang. Ich hab zwar keine Knarre, aber shoot. Alles, was ich brauch, ist meine Gang, meine Gang. Denn keiner kennt mich so wie meine Crew. Hört die Hände in die Luft, bang. Ja, shoot. Und mir ist so egal, was ihr denkt. Denn alles, was ich brauche, ist die Gang. Ich sag, alles, was ich brauche, ist meine Klick. Mir ist so egal, was ihr denkt. Denn alles, was ich brauche, ist die Gang. Ich sag, alles, was ich brauche, ist meine Klick.
Bada boom, bada bang. Ain't nobody fresher than my motherfucking gang. Also sorry, girl, keine Zeit verpiss dich wie denn ich häng nur mit der Clique. Und wir haben Süßigkeiten da, denn wir gießen jeden Tag. Ja, Typ mal Spaß, das ist übertrieben klar. Doch gib mir noch ein Jahr. Dieser Danger übernimmt die Charts. Denn die Kiddies flippen aus und jeder echte Sieg kommt aus dem Linken nicht mehr raus. Doch das ist grad gar nicht der Punkt, denn ich brauch nicht mehr als nur den Parkwagen und die Jungs, Wir waren die Hälfte unserer Jugend breit. Seit mal Mule high und trotzdem war's eine gute Zeit. Scheißegal, was du so meinst, fucking was ihr denkt. Cause ain't nobody fresher than my motherfucking gang.
Alles, was ich brauch, ist meine Gang, meine Gang. Denn keiner kennt mich so wie meine Crew. Mit die Hände in die Luft, bang. Ich hab zwar keine Knarre, aber shoot. Alles, was ich brauch, ist meine Gang, meine Gang. Denn keiner kennt mich so wie meine Crew. Yeah, wirf die Hände in die Luft, bang. Yeah, aber shoot. Und mir ist so egal, was ihr denkt. Denn alles, was ich brauch, ist die Gang. Ich sag, alles, was ich brauch, ist meine Klick. Mir ist so egal, was ihr denkt. Denn alles, was ich brauch, ist die Gang. Ich sag, alles, was ich brauch, ist meine Klick. Dankeschön. Yeah, macht mal Lärm für Danjo! Yes. Okay, gar nicht schnappen. Oder? Seid ihr noch da? Also ich meine euch hier gerade. Seid ihr noch da? Okay. Seid ihr noch da? Okay. Es ist ein unglaublich schöner Tag. Und draußen ist es warm. Er ist auf dem Weg nach Hause mit der Bahn. Schaut aus dem Fenster des gedankenfreien Lauf. Lehnt sich ganz entspannt zurück, denn er muss lange noch nicht raus. Ein paar Menschen steigen ein, andere wieder aus. Er wechselt grad das Lied und plötzlich stand er dieser und er dachte sich, wow, sagte klar, der Platz ist frei. Sie lachte und er dachte sich nur, bitte komm. sprich sie an. Was ist das Schönste, was du je gesehen hast? Und sie hat sicherlich kein Mann. Mann, stell dich nicht so an. Wenn ich jetzt, Mann, doch alles, was man hört, ist mein Herzschlag. Was soll ich nur sagen? Irgendwas lockt mich aus. Ich bin ein Versager, weil ich mich doch nicht trau. Mein Kopf ist voller Wörter, doch es kommt nichts raus. Sie steht auf und steigt auf. Bye, 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 meine Liebe des Lebens. Und ja, wir beide werden uns nie wiedersehen. Kann schon sein, dass man sich im Leben zweimal begegnet. Doch erst beim zweiten Mal dann einfach zu spät ist. Es ist ein unglaublich schöner Tag und draußen ist es warm. Wir packen auf Shopping, also in die Stadt. Sie braucht so Sachen wie Frauen oder eben brauchen Bikini, neue Tasche und außerdem will sie schauen. Also los, ab in die Bahn, zieht sich ein Ticket 4,70 für die Fahrt. Ist ja ganz schön hart, dann sieht sie diesen Typ, findet ihn süß, setzt sich extra zu ihm hin und denkt sich bitte, 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 komm, sprich mich an. Es ist ganz egal, was du jetzt sagen würdest, ich bin darauf an. Also komm, komm, du bist mein Mann und wir gehören zusammen. Wenn ich jetzt war, ich höre mein Herz. Was soll ich nur sagen, irgendwas lockt mich auf. Soll ich es wagen, falls er sich doch nicht traut? Mein Kopf ist voller Wörter, doch es kommt nichts raus. Ich steh auf und steig auf. Bye, 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 meine Liebe des Lebens. Und ja, wir beide werden uns nie wiedersehen. Kann schon sein, dass man sich im Leben zweimal begegnet. Doch als beim zweiten Mal dann einfach zu spät ist. Dankeschön! Okay, das nächste Lied, Tim, ist für dich, oder? Alle Hände hoch! Seid ihr noch da? Ja? Bist du noch da? Bist du noch da? Geil. Alle machen so. Und ich werde alle Sorgen heute liegen lassen und höre nur noch Lieder, die mich fliegen lassen. Ich checke, ob mir noch die alten Sneaker passen. Alles, was passiert ist, würde ich ganz genauso wieder machen. Denn glaub mir, jeder Tag war perfekt. Dieses Bar, es ist Bags, es ist mal mit dir Sex. Schließen uns heimlich an der Party ins Bett. Alles fresh und wieder mal hat es Duke nicht gecheckt, huh? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Dieser eine Tag bleibt für immer. Das heißt, wo wir die ganze Nacht wach. Aus Angst uns zu verlieren. Wir werden irgendwann mal alles sein. Uns trotzdem genau erinnern. Denn wir waren hier. Yeah, yeah, wir waren hier. Yeah. Los, doch Mama bleibt relaxed, denn auch die Kleinen werden groß. Jetzt bin ich hier und lass mich treiben in nem Boot. Alles cool, ist der Himmel grau, streiche ich ihn rot. Und es ist Winter irgendwo, irgendwann. Das wird bloß deine Hand, ja ich weiß, vorbei, es wird nie wieder wie es war. Doch lass uns doch mal sein, wie an diesem einen Tag. Dann, yeah, 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 dieser eine Tag bleibt für immer. Deshalb sind wir die ganze Nacht wach, aus Angst uns zu verlieren. Doch wir werden irgendwann mal alles sein, trotzdem genau erinnern. Denn wir waren hier, yeah, yeah, wir waren hier. Yeah, yeah. Dankeschön! Sollen wir noch ein spielen? Ich frage euch, sollen wir noch ein spielen? Die wollen gar nicht mehr, dass wir spielen.
Das gibt's ja nicht.
Das gibt's ja nicht.
Das gibt's ja nicht.
Dann ist recht, ne? Okay, hau rein. Und jetzt, 1, 2, 3. Baby, guck mich an, ich bin ein Rockstar. Guck mich an, ich bin ein abgefuckter, schlägen gleicher Atem durch Fächer und hab mehr Teile eingebaut als Schweizer Taschenmesser. Leg auf der Frauenhaut und drück mich vor der Arbeit, geht bei jeder schon nach retten und drück mich vor der Arbeit. Denn ich bin ein und Renner, hier auf deiner und alle schreien nur wie damals bei der Benner gekippter Asi, arrogant auf harten Drogen. Brauche kein Privatjet, der nicht besser wurde als der Mond. Baby, guck mich an, ich bin ein Rockstar. Yeah, 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 yeah. Baby, guck mich an, ich bin ein Rockstar. Ich hab keine Frau, ich will nur Herzen brechen. Und Braun und Jackie, Aspirin und ein paar Schmerztabletten. Ich bin ein Weiberheld, verspreche, dass die weite Welt bringt sie so für und sag, ich merk mich Anna M. Annabelle. Ich bin dauernd in jeder Tages. Ich häng wie Tony Hawk, ständig an der Piper. Ja, mein Arzt verdient mehr als du. Ich bin tot, komm, gib mir, yeah, baby. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Leo, guck mich an, ich bin ein Rockstar. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Guck mich an, ich bin ein Rockstar. Dankeschön. Hey, nicht gleich alles zerstören hier wieder. Ja. Müssen noch kurz aufbauen. Ist wieder alles da? Gut. Ja, wir sind immer hier fertig, ne? Wollt ihr noch einen? Jetzt, ja, ne? Jetzt auf einmal, ne? Einmal. Okay, ich will von euch, dass ihr so macht. Baby, nimm meine Hand, ich hab alles schon gepackt und wir beide gehen weg von mir. Sieh, der Post ist getankt, ist Geld auf der Bank und noch alle meine Plätze hier. Und immer wenn du einsam bist, komm ich rum, wie du da alleine sein. Und immer wenn ich dich sehe, macht es mir mit Tick, Tick, Boom, so wie aha. Und alle anderen Girls wären gern wie du. Ey, aha. Denn du bist wunderschön und gefährlich klug. Und ich hoffe, dass es geschieht. Ich bin verliebt, doch hab keinen Plan, um was ich lieb. Doch manchmal träum ich nur von dir. Sag, was muss ich tun, dass du mich hast? Denn ich wär heute so gern bei dir. Und ich glaub, ich fänd es cool, wenn du mir gehörst. Ich fühl mich so ab. Und egal wie laut ich doch denk vielleicht an mich. Baby, bitte schreib, wenn es dich gibt. Jeden Tag unterwegs und ich seh viele Girls, aber Baby, ich find dich nicht. Es sind so viele Frauen, die mir haben sie, wenn du, doch ich sage, man, das stimmt doch nicht. Und ich hab echt keinen Plan, ich frag mich, ob du überhaupt meine Sprache sprichst. Ob du bist eine von denen, die man nicht suchen darf, sondern irgendwann mal auf der Straße trifft. Aha, und alle anderen, nee, das ist ein Lied für dich. Ey, aha. Alleine, doch sie sieht mich nicht. Ey, yo, ich hoffe, dass es geschieht. Ich bin verliebt, doch hab keinen Plan, ob es sich gibt. Doch manchmal träum ich nur von dir. Sie sagt, was muss ich tun, dass du mich hast? Denn ich wär heute so gern bei dir. Und ich glaub, ich kann es cool, wenn du mir gehörst. Und alle, ich fühl mich so. Weiß nicht, ob's dich gibt, und egal wie laut, sie hört mich nicht, doch und denkt vielleicht an mich. Baby, bitte schreib, wenn es dich gibt. Baby, warte nicht so lange, denn ich bin nicht gerne alleine und bewerte jede Nacht mein Glas suchen. Und dann werd ich gerne dich an meiner Seite, ich kann nur noch an dich denken, Mann, es lässt mich einfach nicht los. Und wenn du nicht erlaufen gerade hörst, dann bitte warte kurz auf mich, ich bin bereit und fahren. Für dich geh ich eins ab. Oft, dass ich gleich wieder pendel, manchmal träum ich nur von dir. Sie sagt, was muss ich tun, dass du mich hörst? Denn ich wär heute so gern bei dir. Und ich glaub, ich fänd es cool, wenn du mir gehörst. Und alle
Thank you very much. That was a spectacular performance. Thank you, Crow and the guys. So it's DJs, background singers, a real band. So I think you really rocked the Mercedes-Benz arena just like Jenny did a couple of times early on. During or between the different interviews, and especially when she started the Mexican wave. And Verena is here and Jenny is there. Jenny? Once more, please. Start the Mexican wave and we start and finish. No. We're going to do this exactly where we started it early on. I'm going to join you. That was just great. Wasn't that great? Absolutely amazing. And now the stadium is full of people. And we're now going to start our Mexican wave. We're going to start over here. We're going to go around. Okay, so they are really good at this. 3, 2, 1, go! And continue. And round the bend. And the other side. Okay, so these are our Stars and Cars fans. And I think this is the right stage for our finals. And we're looking to the final race, and we're looking forward to the ADAC GT Masters from Germany, and they're going to present their cars. Luca Ludwig and Sebastian Asch are going to present the SLS GT3 vehicles for the final, and here we have the corresponding clip.
So the grand finale then of Stars and Cars in terms of the motorsport on track, going to be conducted in the SLS GT3 cars. Safety car out first of all.
Okay, here we see the safety car. Driven by Jan Seifert, and now we're waiting for the vehicles for the final. Luca Ludwig and Sebastian Asch, and they are going to present the two vehicles for the final. And of course I need Daniel Juncadella and the other driver that we need for this last Mr. Wehrlein for this last final. And it's going to be very loud in the Mercedes-Benz arena. Pure power. Here they are, the SLS AMG GT3.
So the cars driven by Sebastian Asch and Luca Ludwig then, victorious of course in the ADAC GT Masters earlier this year, and those are the cars.
Okay, Pascal and Daniel. Okay, here you can find your workplace, so to speak. You have to win 2 races, best of 3, so we're going to do 4 laps and another 4. And if you win 2 races in a row, then we're going to stop then. And if there is a draw, wait a second, Daniel, and then we're going to have a final. How did you use the time up to the final and the WM in the World Championships? You have a massage, for example. I didn't do so much. I relaxed a bit and I watched the whole event, and I'm, well, in a good position, I think, for the race. Pascal, so the Formula 1 guys were, well, certainly surprised that they were beaten by the DTM drivers. I think it's a cool thing that we were able to beat the 2 Formula 1 drivers. Now we have a DTM final. Yeah, and I'm looking forward to that. Wasn't that sort of an advantage for you that you use these heavier DTM vehicles throughout the course of the year? Maybe that was a bit of an advantage? I don't think so. You don't think so? Okay, so we go downstairs to the cars. Okay, so we go down these stairs just like for the big TV shows. And here we go down the stairs to the cars, and we're looking forward to the final. Daniel Juncadella, the man from Spain, and Pascal Wehrlein are now going to be strapped in and connected to everything within the car. And before that, we're going to see another clip.
So whilst the stadium watches the clip that's being shown, Daniel Juncadella then being put into the black-coloured car, and Pascal Wehrlein will be in the white machine. So, as has been said by Heiko Wasser, it's 2 heats. If it's a heat apiece, then there will be a further 3rd heat. So the heats 4 laps. So the finale over.
Okay, and I'm looking for Luca Ludwig and Sebastian Asch, the two who brought in the vehicles. Maybe a few words from you as well, because you are very familiar with these cars. What do the 2 drivers now have to focus on, because they're different from the DTM cars, and you've driven both cars, so you can assess that. Well, of course, here you have to pay attention to certain things. You have to focus on the tire temperature, because it's really cold in here, and they have special tires. The other vehicles had normal street tires, so to say, and they have to make sure that they get the tires up to, well, working temperature, so to say, very quickly. But I'm rather sure that they're going to be able to do that. And I think that this vehicle is a vehicle built for customer sports, and it's easy to drive. Look, but it's not exactly the smallest of vehicles with these bends that we have here. Isn't that a bit tricky? Well, yes, it's a rather heavy vehicle, but I think the 2 guys, they know exactly what they have to do, and we saw them in the backstage area. They sat in the vehicle for maybe 20 minutes, and they really want to win. So, we heard these are the vehicles for you. Maybe Pascal has sort of adjusted the seat or something. Yeah, he has adjusted the seat for a couple of seconds, but apart from that, it's a vehicle that everybody can drive and can be adjusted to every individual driver. So I think this is really a nice car, and we're looking forward to the race. Mario Engel and Nico Rosberg are also looking forward to this. You know each other, and I guess you would have to see Nico in the final, your old buddy from kindergarten and your school. Of course, I kept my fingers crossed for him, but Daniel was really strong, and we're going to wait and see who's going to win. Nico, what do you think? Well, I don't know who's going to win. I'm just excited, and well, let's see who's going to win. Let's wait and see. But before we see the big final, so do you think that this is the right approach for Stars and Cars? Do you think it would be the right approach for next year? Yes, of course. It was really fun, and it's a great pleasure to see so many people here. I would like to thank you for this. And for us, it's going to be a bit of a long evening. So we're also looking forward to the party. I think somebody sang An Tagen wie diesen with Dr. Zetsche. Well, I think we have to exceed that today. So Daniel Juncadella versus Pascal Wehrlein, the DTM champion, against his team colleague, and the commentator of the final is again Peter Reichert.
He certainly is for the German feed, for the international feed. We're about to welcome Daniel Juncadella and Pascal Wehrlein onto the track. They'll get the opportunity to warm the cars up of a few meters, that's all. So, Daniel Juncadella on the outside in the black car, and it's Pascal Wehrlein in the white car on the inside. So there are 2 elements to this finale. There are 2 heats, effectively, 4 laps. So they're given the opportunity to warm the cars up. prior to the 2 heats getting underway. See just how sideways Pascal Wehrlein getting that SLS AMG GT3. .836 races this car has competed in. Mostly more than one SLS race, it has to be said. 161s, 239 class wins, 127 pole positions, 438 times on the podium. 1,128 top 10 positions for these cars. Crossover made again. In 2015, more than 50 customer teams worldwide using these cars. Daniel Juncadella hard at work then, that fantastic onboard shot that we're able to bring you. And this, another fantastic onboard shot. Just look at him fighting with the wheel in that car. Pascal Wehrlein certainly seeming to be a little bit more tail happy with the car than Daniel Juncadella. Yellow's being waved. And the cars, as we see, Pascal Wehrlein, youngest ever DTM champion. The cars brought into their grid boxes now. You can see just outside where Wehrlein is capable of putting that car. Juncadella then has somewhat missed his grid box. Car will be put back into the right place, of course. There, the tension mounts on Pascal Wehrlein. Can he add the Stars and Cars Championship to the 2015 DTM Championship as well? The eyes tell it all. One of the nicest guys in the DTM paddock. Absolutely menacing out on track, as his success will testify. So the cars are lined up. We get the green flag from our start official, and the first heat of the finals of Stars and Cars 2015 is about to get underway. It's Pascal Wehrlein versus Daniel Juncadella, and the start was pretty good for both of them. Not much to be drawn from either. Daniel Juncadella then, who's got the outside part of the track to begin with. Now bear in mind that there are 2 heats of these, and Pascal Wehrlein still getting very, very sideways in that car, and that could be really disadvantageous, as Daniel Juncadella just somehow seems to have that car a little bit more sorted than Pascal Wehrlein. But as they head up now towards the final turn in this circuit. So Daniel Juncadella certainly leading the way at the moment in the first part of the finale, but don't necessarily read anything into that, because Pascal Wehrlein now on the faster part of the circuit. And getting oh so close to the wall. Pascal Wehrlein, in fact, glancing it, I believe, as he does the crossover now. So this is the final lap in Heat 1 of the grand finale between Pascal Wehrlein and Daniel Juncadella. And for my money, I think Juncadella has just got the edge, because Wehrlein is sideways again. And it is Juncadella that takes it by a big margin. That's 2.8 seconds. So the Spaniard, Daniel Juncadella, takes Heat 1 in this finale. And that is where Wehrlein really did glance the wall. This SLS AMG GT3 car, top speed of some 310 kilometers per hour, 0 to 100 in 3.8 seconds. So Heat 1 goes the way of Daniel Juncadella. Now, if Pascal Wehrlein takes heat 2, that means we will go to a third heat. If Junkadea can convert this one, he will become the Stars and Cars champion. See the focus on Daniel Junkadea then as he brings his car into the pit line, into the grid box. Forgive me. Pascal Wehrlein on the outside now, Daniel Junkadea on the inside. The engine note rises. We'll throw the lights once again to the top of the screen. And we're away and racing again. Just marginally better was Pascal Wehrlein, but he bogged down and then the traction was found by Daniel Junkadea. So in the second stage of the start process, Daniel Junkadea was superior, no question about that. And Pascal Wehrlein really seems to be battling with the back end of this SLS AMG GT3, far more so than Daniel Junkadea. So the car's running on the Hankook rubber then on this circuit, which has been designed specifically for this Stars and Cars event. And there, Pascal Wehrlein gets the back end out. So Daniel Junkadea then certainly looking very, very smooth. Pascal Wehrlein really having to fight that car, and Junkadea again with the margin, but don't read too much into that. We've seen the second half of these races where it all can change, but again, Wehrlein is really having to drive on opposite lock, and that is always slower. And now the difference between the two of them is really noticeable. Daniel Junkadea then in the all-black Mercedes-Benz SLS AMG GT3, but Wehrlein is fighting back. They go into the final turn virtually side by side, but Junkadea takes it. Daniel Junkadea becomes the 2015 Stars and Cars champion, beating the 2015 DTM champion Pascal Wehrlein. So we don't get to see a third heat runoff because Daniel Junkadea took 2 out of 2 and beat Pascal Wehrlein. Well, the SLS AMG GT3 proving to be the machine for this grand finale. And Daniel Junkadea, as we see him replay here, he was just smoother. He was oh so close. But beats Pascal Wehrlein in the grand finale. And that was the final corner showdown, and it was the very sideways Pascal Wehrlein whale-tailing across the timing line that sent the victory the way of Daniel Junkadea, the champion of Stars and Cars. He climbs atop the car to celebrate. A fine victory for Daniel Junkadea.
I'm upstairs on the second stage, on the second floor stage, and here we have Daniel Junkadea standing on his car. I would like to congratulate the man from Spain, the man from the DTM, because he has won the first edition of Stars and Cars competition against Pascal Wehrlein, and we are preparing for the award ceremony. Ola Kalenius, Dr. Weber, Dr. Zetsche, please join me on stage, and the cups as well, please, and the medals. And of course, I also need all the champions upstairs next to the two drivers from the final, and also Lewis Hamilton, Nico Rosberg, Luca Ludwig, Sebastian Asch, Felix Rosenqvist, and Mario Engel. And we also need them for the photograph, and we also need all the other teams, the other pilots up here, because we also want to put a few cars in front of this to have a very nice picture. And I hope that you still have some energy left in your smartphones to take a few pictures. Okay, so we're going to do the award ceremony now, and I think you're going to say a few words at the end of this event, Dr. Zetsche, but maybe you can say a few words already now. Well, I think in the past few years the Stars and Cars event was quite nice, but I think this was really extraordinary. The feedback I've received so far was just stunning, and I really enjoyed it. Dr. Weber, you've just been talking to Lewis, and I've known you for some years. You're always in a good mood, but at a Stars and Cars event, you smile much more than when the team wins. Do you enjoy it? Do you enjoy it? I'm not the only one to enjoy it, also the fans enjoy it. So I think this is something that you can only experience with Mercedes. And just like Ola Kalenius, you are here involved in the award ceremony. I don't know whether the drivers are up here. Ah, here they are. So congratulations, Pascal, for the second place, and Daniel for the success in the final. And the medal for third rank. And now we can also tell you who won. So the faster of the two pilots who lost in the semifinals goes to
third place in the Stars and Cars Cup 2015, Lewis Hamilton. Und bitte auf das Siegertreppchen.
And please come upstairs.
We have a podium. We have a real podium.
So we have prepared this for the award ceremony. Ola Kalenius is going to prepare for the second place, Pascal Wehrlein. And now we come to the winner.
Very well done.
Very well done. I don't know how to say that in Spanish. Muy bien. Good job. Here is the winner of Stars and Cars 2015, Daniel Tucadillo. And we're going to listen to the Spanish national anthem now, and you're going to receive a medal and also the cup, the big cup that we've seen early on arrive with Ebert Gingen. Okay, so first the national anthem and then the cup. Okay, that was it for the Spanish national anthem, and now we're going to bring along the big and heavy Stars and Cars Cup. So it's going to be a cup that's going to be brought home, but next year you have to defend it or maybe give it away. Dr. Zetsche, maybe you can say a few words to our winner. Well, I have to admit that I could have imagined it's going the other way around, but I think these were two very clear wins, so I would like to congratulate you to your success. I'm really impressed, so congratulations. Well, Dr. Zetsche, there is one winner with a cup, but I think we wanted to give the cups to all the winners for a picture. So all of those who won something in this season, please come upstairs. Lewis Hamilton, Nico Rosberg, the Formula One trophy, because there was also a cup for the constructors, Marco Engel, Luca Ludwig, Sebastian Asch and Felix Rosenqvist. The DTM Cup has to be carried by 3 people because Pascal Wehrlein cannot carry it on his own, and he's already upstairs. And now we're going to take a picture, and we're also going to celebrate this. So please, a moment of patience. Please do not walk away to your car or to the subway. So after this wonderful event and in this wonderful location here in the Mercedes-Benz Arena with this racetrack and all these artists, I think we're also going to celebrate the end of this day together. Dr. Zetsche, your final words, or are we going to listen to more music? Louis and Nico want to speak the final words.
We are the champions. Mit welchem Lied könnte
We are the champions. I think this is the hymn of this event, and I think now we're going to give the floor to Dr. Zetsche. I think you're going to give us the final few words here at the end of such a great day. Well, thank you very much. What a great season 2015, and I think this is going to be a highlight in our history. So thanks to all the drivers that have done such a great job, and I would also like to thank the teams, and I would also like to thank Toto and Nikki, who have accompanied us into this great season, and I would also like to thank this great audience. I wish you all the best. Merry Christmas and enjoy the next few days, and I hope to see you again next year.